Alrighty, welcome back everybody. Identity V Premier Tournament. We are here in week 2 of the group stage here for day number 2. Starting us off with a good one. It is going to be Fusion going up against their opposing side, ECL, here for today's matchup. We'll give them a little bit to get going, but for today, of course, I'm Colonel. Joining me for this one, Koneko. How is it going?
I'm very excited for the matchup. I have never seen these players really play before, but I'm really excited to see what they have to bring to us today.
We'll get straight on into the coin flip, not wasting any time. Tails was called by the side of ECL lands on head, so Fusion gonna have the opportunity to pick, of course, to either choose their first map or to get the 2 bands and faction select. So we'll see exactly what they are going to want to go for, obviously, here in a moment as they get everything set up, but can take a peek at some of our key characters to keep an eye out for today. Obviously have to be very careful with a lot of them, as of course the characters they submitted onto their initial setups aren't going to be exactly what they're playing, and by no means are they required to keep playing them, but especially for the side of ECL and Fusion. Let me actually find the tweet here as I am attempting to scroll. Where is it? I'm blind.
They want to pick the faction. It seems that Team Fusion wants to pick the faction, meaning that they will choose to ban the maps too.
We'll see exactly what they want to ban away. Obviously, they'll get those 2 options, as that is, of course, the side of Fusion. On their character side, have to be careful of a lot of these harasser characters hovered by some of their players on their submissions. Forward Prospector, Novelist, obviously have some rescuers in the terms of Mercenary, First Officer, as well as a couple classics, Seer, Fire Investigator, Journalist, Acrobat, Professor, all having some showcases on their profile. So definitely a lot of things to keep in mind there on the Survivor side. Mushin, their main hunter, Fool's Gold, Geisha, and Opera Singer. So definitely a pretty wide spread there. As we'll get the bands in, it's going to be Chinatown and Moonlit.
See what Team Eclipse will pick for the map. What do you think is going to be the first round pick for the maps, regarding the maps?
Taking a peek at their hunters, it does seem like, I believe it's going to be War Shotgun playing for them first. Their submitted hunters, Bonbon, Gamekeeper, and Mr. Ripper. So we'll see exactly what they do want to go for. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to pick something on the slightly smaller side, especially for a couple of those hunters they submitted, but we'll have to see exactly where they want to go. Could go with something semi-standard, right? Could obviously see something like an Ever Sleeping if they want something a little bit bigger. A hospital if they want the survivors to have a good time, but we'll see exactly what it is going to be here as Eclipse. Still just waiting for them to get this map submission in here. Any predictions from you?
Sure, since War Shotgun does play a lot of Bonbon, and I'm expecting a Bonbon round 1, I think it might be Red Church or Am's Factory for smaller maps, since Bonbon has short legs and he cannot travel across bigger maps.
And yeah, it is going to be one of those that we did guess that hot. It's going to be Sacred Heart Hospital here, so we'll see exactly how they're going to do on this. Definitely going to get this map out of the pool early here. We'll see what they want to play into it, as again, Fusion going to have that selection on what they want to play. As the side of Eclipse here, of course, the team picking the map there with War Shotgun, some other characters to keep an eye on for them. Forbidden Prospector, Batter Antiquarian, definitely looking at some harassment, some other notable characters. Meteorologist, a couple rescuers, including Gravekeeper and Mercenary, Archer, Psychologist, Entomologist, and Painter, all potentially able to make an appearance here. So definitely a lot of interesting characters there. We've seen a couple decent Entomologist games in the past day or two, so definitely some fun characters here, as we will get confirmation it is going to be the Fusion Hunter up against Eclipse Survivors.
In the Sacred Hospital map, we can definitely assume that they're prioritizing the survivors in this first round, and not really the hunter. They expect the survivors to do better than the hunter in specific. But in this case, it's apparently just the survivors, when they have all the perfect picks and the best picks available too.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what the survivors want to go here as hot.
Indeed.
relative meta, just get all of those strong characters going here. Definitely see some capable rescuers, maybe some puppets, maybe some arrows. Again, obviously just going to be up to what the teams are going to want to play here, but again, play.
Indeed, I'm expecting a Bonbon from Eclipse definitely, and maybe Geisha from Fusion, from the Hunter from Fusion. Since Geisha's pretty good at Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing what definitely could try and play something like an opera, or could go for something on the other end. Definitely wouldn't be too surprised by something like a Fool's Gold or Geisha. Try and get one of those specialist picks here for a good performance on the hospital. But again, this is their map selection, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they want to.
It wasn't actually Fusion that picked the map, it was rather the Eclipse. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Geisha. Geisha's like known for having a lot of tricks in this map, and she can kinda chase pretty well in the ruins area. So maybe we'll see that. I don't think Upper Singer from Yushin's pick is gonna be very effective, since Upper Singer struggles in a few areas without presence. Specifically ruins as well, which Geisha doesn't really struggle with. So I'm definitely expecting an off meta pick, and maybe meta save for later rounds in better maps.
Expect to see at the start. We'll see what they want to run on it. Obviously, they're the side of Eclipse, definitely looking into their pool here. As you mentioned, Bonbon, definitely wouldn't be too surprising to see it come out here. Gamekeeper and Ripper, maybe not exactly what we'd expect to see on round one, but we'll have to see exactly what the team wants to go with here. As we will take just a second to get our players in the lobby again. Fusion sending their Hunter out first with the Survivors for Eclipse coming in, so we'll see what the setups are going to be as Eclipse. While they definitely have an eye on their Hunter, definitely have some Survivor ideas prepared for this map as well, so we'll see what they want to set up here. Potentially grab some harassers, try and play relatively aggressive, especially considering the map, but again, we'll just have to wait and see, as we do get our first player in the lobby here, so it shouldn't be too long before we get going.
We're waiting for the Eclipse survivors to join the lobby as well, and I'm pretty sure they will go for a safe team comp. Since it's round one, there's no really a reason to be so aggressive. Usually in round one, they will just try to play for ties as survivors, not really expecting any type of aggression from the Hunter as well. Usually it's the Hunter trying to get better results, not really the survivors, but in this map, anything can go. Any survivor can literally shine in Sacred Heart Hospital. We have so many possibilities from both teams. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we do start to get our survivors in the lobby. There we go, they all get brought in. So we'll get readies up in just a second after our teams do finish up any match prep that they have going or anything of the sort. And again, we'll get things rolling here. Round one, half one, gonna get underway. Sacred Heart Hospital, again, a lot of things that we could see brought out due to the map, as it is going to be the Hunter of Fusion going up first. So it's not gonna be exactly what they had planned potentially, but we'll see what they want to get going here. Again, as you mentioned, wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Geisha come out here, or potentially could just step away from what they have submitted as their character pool entirely, as again, don't really expect to see something like a Fool's Gold round one, but we've definitely seen a couple of other off-meta picks. Yuko, for example, definitely pioneering the Mad Eyes here in terms of the NA competitive, but we'll see what they want to go for. Definitely not expecting a Mad Eyes, but we'll see here as our survivors start to ready up, and we'll be in just a moment.
I'm definitely expecting off meta in this round one. So definitely, since it's a Sacred Hospital and it's not really a common map, and specifically from Eclipse, the Eclipse team, there doesn't seem to be a meta hunter from them, and Miss Sheen doesn't really have a meta hunter apart from Upper Singer and in the Rooster.
And, again, just waiting on the last survivor to ready up here, and then we will be good to go here finalizing up any ideas, talking about what they are trying to play for this round one, potentially maybe going to try and get some counters going into whatever it is they expect their opposition hunter to play. And there we go, have officially gotten our last ready up, so we will be in the game in just a moment here. Any expectations when it comes to what this hunter is going to want to ban?
If I'm expecting a geisha, I would expect something maybe harassers. Geisha does really suffer from harassers, so I'm expecting harasser picks. And really, oh, we're starting with the Benson picks already. We see a seer ban and a magician ban from the hunter. Actually, it's not really anything uncommon for round ones.
And yeah, definitely not surprised to see the Seer go. Very, very common ban here. Magician, maybe not the most common ban, but by no means too surprising, obviously. Some very strong kites so far from Magicians, as we'll see the picks as well. Mechanic and Coordinator going to get grabbed by this ECL side, so definitely trying to get the rush going on quickly here as we will get our next ban coming in here. Gravekeeper going to be getting taken off the table here, so starting to look at some of those rescuers takes away the one they're the most concerned with. As we'll see the survivors if they want to grab a rescuer or if they want to stall out a bit, as first officer going to be the lock-in here as one more round to go.
First officer getting global banned already in round 1, meaning that they will save Mercenary and Gravekeeper for later rounds if they're not banned.
Get our last set of picks and bans coming in here. Puppeteer going to be the final ban. As for our last pick for the survivors, this will be the character that is not global banned for the rest of the set immediately. Is Lucky Guy going to be the character they have a bit of emphasis on wanting to keep available there. So yeah, definitely not the most common fourth pick, but definitely not super surprising either, as we'll get it. It's going to be forbidden on Mechanic. Go ahead.
Has been raising the meta lately. Lucky Guy has been seeing a lot of picks. He's not a bad character at all.
Yeah, he got some buffs, I know, not recently, but not all too long ago, maybe half a year to a year.
Yeah.
That made him quite a lot better with that chest opening speed. We'll see the rest of the team comp here. Aesop going to be on the Coordinator, Withergast on First Officer, and Poco on Lucky Guys. Seeing these survivors and this team comp, what are you expecting our hunter to go for here? Still on that same train you were on earlier?
I'm still expecting a geisha, not gonna lie, but these bans don't really give out geisha. They don't give out geisha, but it might be a meta pick. Let's see. Let's wait and see. I do like the Mechanic pick in specific because she's really good in Sacred Heart Hospital. And since she was not banned, there's a really good chance that the hunter might not go Hula Ball, for example, just because Hula Ball is heavily countered by Mechanic. It takes a lot of time just to kill the bots.
So yeah, we have our survivors out of the way selecting their talents, and now we will swap it on over to our hunter. We'll see what they are going to want to play here for this first half of the series. Again, a couple of seconds left here to get that pick finalized, and we're going to have our round 1 hunter coming in. It is going to be Ivy coming out for this first round. What do you think about this?
Unusual. It's not an unusual pick, it's definitely not an unusual pick, and she can shine in this map. It's a rather hard map to pressure, specifically since the map is not that small. It's not a really small map, so it's kind of harder to pressure with the Yithian. But it's definitely not a bad pick, and it's a meta as well, which we are expecting in round 1.
See our survivor talents coming up as well here. Can get a brief overview. It is going to be 3 borrowed times on everybody but the Coordinator, 3 flywheels on everybody but the First Officer, with First Officer and Coordinator filling that empty spot with Tide Turners. So no broken windows or knee jerks in this one. Going to be 3 flywheels, 3 borrowed times, and then of course the 2 Tide Turners for this game. So definitely looking to keep it relatively simple, relatively stable here. As for the spawns, pretty simple setup for the survivors, running this middle column and right middle with the Mechanic in the main building, and then the Ivy gonna choose to spawn left middle here, so definitely considering this Mechanic early.
The Mechanic does not bear full kite, which is surprising to me, and the Coordinator is the one without borrow time, which is not unusual since they want to play Coordinator as a secondary rescuer and you still give her some kiting builds.
Yeah, Here we go. Hunter has selected up everything they have left to go, and we are getting in here for round one, half one. Fusion versus Eclipse. Again, two of these stronger teams here in the group. We'll see how they end up doing. As again, Fusion for their first series, they were able to win over the Flame Chasers, and Eclipse ended up going down to the side of Big Back Gaming. So we'll see if Fusion can keep up their win streak, try and get them into a stable position for top 8. As here we go, Ivy sending out the shadow already.
The mechanic already hid her bot, which is very, very smart, and is now waiting for the hunter, which is probably gonna chase her. She's not really getting on the Cypher, which is smart as well. She's waiting upstairs to get less corrosion. We're seeing the Ivy going after her right now, which is expected, completely expected. She's going after the decoder. The bot is hiding already in a very safe spot. I don't think the Ivy will find the bots already. And let's see the Ivy as well is trying to apply some pressure in the first officer Cypher, as well as chasing, multitasking.
Yeah, we are going to connect that leech on to the side of first officer, moving it on over now, trying to keep this harassment up. As you mentioned, coordinator going to be the next target here. A bit tough to keep decoding with these tablets on the ciphers. We'll get this connection onto the coordinator. So two ciphers already a little bit difficult to decode, but we'll see the first officer go back in to destroy his Ostracon, as mechanic still yet to take a hit. Ivy putting a lot of pressure here on this outside pressure, as it will be way. Ooh, mechanic still
the blink.
Charge hit, stunned up, and really unfortunate for the Ivy here. Mechanic, well played to keep this tempo.
The Cypher's already rising and she's switching charges because this mechanic seems really hard to down. The mechanic starting to decode with her bot, as we can see in the top right. And the Cornet is taking the next kite. She still has gun, and there's no excitement, of course, because it's a knife. Oh, she takes a hit, and she has 89 corrosion, which can be very dangerous as well.
Yeah, we are going to get the snare here. Yeah, coordinator just going to go down there. No time to gun after, not even worth. So, going to get the first down here. It's not very quick. One Cypher at 90, two of them at that 60th percent. So, has to be very careful here for this Ivy. But obviously, once you get that first down, can really start putting pressure on. But we'll see how much the mechanic bot helps out. As again, we'll get this tag here onto the mechanic.
The coordinator's kite was not that long, but the mechanic buying time already at the beginning and forcing the Ivy to switch targets was good enough to make this Cypher's climb. We're seeing the rescue, we're praying for not a terror shock, and there's no terror shock. Actually, he's damageless, and he managed to body block for the coordinator.
Yeah, Rekite now back on to the side of Aesop, hops on over the pallet here. We'll see what coordinator can get going, gets feared in, and it will be tied procced already. So not a great rebound kite here, gets downed inside of that tied time. So we'll see what the setup is going to be here for the survivors for this next rescue. Again, first officer injured with no tide, definitely going to either have to sell or send one of their no tide players in. So we'll see the idea here. Lucky guy going to get marked now, has a watch and a controller right now, so could try and go for it. Mechanic will get spotted out here, as well as we'll see what the Ivy wants to do here, trying to keep this pressure up. Would love to get coordinator dead on first chair, but looks like mechanic will just come in here for a pretty standard rescue. We'll see what the play is going to be from the Ivy. It puts it down the stone, just takes the first hit early, so it is now going to be on to coordinator. Insta-gun going to go down.
Exactly. Very smart from the coordinator, using the gun immediately after getting rescued, so she can still run away. Oh, she teleports the wrong tablet. Unfortunately, Ivy also teleports the wrong tablet. It's definitely not what you want to see. She probably wants to down the coordinator with full presence again.
See the bot get tablet put on as well here. We'll see what the idea is going to be from the Ivy's coordinator. Just going to keep on running. That's Aesop. Almost gets hit on the window, but gets the vault off in time here. So yeah, we can keep this
coming to cut. Oh, missing the blink again. These blinks are not coming through very well. But she might get down over here. Yes, with the terror shock. Unfortunately, the speed boost was not good enough. The missed blink only bought 2 more seconds. And they managed to pop as well. They managed to pop without giving any pressure through. I'm pretty sure the survivors were not expecting the coordinator to get chased because she brought the thigh turner when she was supposed to be the second rescuer. But it didn't seem to be a trouble for them, as this mechanic managed to pull off a perfect rescue, and the coordinator still had her gun to rebound.
Yeah, Yeah, this door is at 90. Ivy needs to get a stone down to teleport over, is going to get on over, but the gun comes out. That'll be a guaranteed tie here. And now the problem is going to be on the side of Forbidden. This mechanic here doesn't
This
look like they
mechanic,
are all
I,
too close.
she
And
has
oh, they are going to get
Hellswing.
marked. Yeah, should just be a pretty simple last kill here to force the tie. We'll see if Mechanic can get something. They have a flywheel to work with, but it shouldn't be much. Yeah, they're
No,
just going to get stunned up here, and it will just be a tie
unfortunately,
round one, or half one.
there was not much the mechanic could do. The dungeon wasn't nearby. She just had to accept her fate and give the tie to her teammates. Not a bad round one from the survivors, definitely. The hunter missed 2 blinks, was just not very good, and the kite from the coordinator was pretty good afterwards. The first kite was not as good as the rebound, but the rebound was perfect. Exactly what you want to see from the survivors.
Yeah, definitely a pretty solid round one there from the survivors. Able to force a tie. If they had a lucky dungeon spawn, potentially could have gotten that third in the mechanic, but not going to be in the cards for them on this one. So is just going to be the tie to start off the set. We'll see now on the other side again, the team on this other side, ECL, able to get the survivors 2 out, and now we'll see how their hunter can do. It's a really, really nice start to the series if this ECL hunter can secure this third kill. If they get 3, especially if they get 4, start the series off 7-2, would put them in a great position moving into the rest of the set. So we'll see how they are going to do. Again, this is ECL's map pick. It's something that they definitely are expecting their hunter to try and do well on. So we'll see exactly what the setup is going to be, especially now for the Fusion survivors who, while they probably won't completely grief the game to try and force a tie, definitely know how potentially bit damaging it can be if they don't get it.
I think the survivors will fight for this more, since the hunter might have a special pick. Since this was a map that the Team Eclipse picked, the hunter might have something stored. But the Fusion survivors definitely fight for the tie and get the tie round 1, and maybe a 3 escape, since it is a very survivor-sided map. They might have a better chance of a 3 escape as well.
Yeah, we'll see it now back on this other side. War Shotgun, our hunter here, going to be on it. We'll see what they want to play again. We definitely are both expecting a potential chance at something like Mr. Bonbon. So we'll see if that is going to be what War Shotgun wants to play. Not required by any means, but we'll have to see what they are going to go again. Some of the other characters they have marked, Gamekeeper and Mr. Ripper, going to be their setup here. So we'll see how it is going to go for them. I definitely would expect the Bonbon on a map like Hospital. You obviously mentioned that you think they're a bit of a specialist as well, so.
Indeed, I'm expecting that Bonbon in round 1, since War Shotgun does seem to be a specialist in Bonbon in specific. It does seem to be the perfect pick for this hunter. We're waiting for the survivors from Fusion to join the lobby, so we can start things up and get to blow to the picks and bans.
Yeah, we'll give teams, again, just a little bit of time to make sure we can get all of our players in War Shotgun, our hunter, in the lobby already, as we're getting the survivors invited as well. We'll see exactly who is going to be coming in for the side of Fusion, as, again, have a couple of survivor people that they could go for, but obviously they've submitted their roster already, so we'll have to just wait and see exactly who is going to be coming in here, especially once they get in lobby. Will become a little bit easier to see, but for the side of Fusion, at least on their Discord tag, 17, KSKS, Shiwu, and Chevy7 coming in as their survivor lineup. So we'll give them, again, just a little bit of time to make sure everybody can get invited, and then we'll be underway with the second half of round 1.
7 seemed to be a new survivor added to Fusion recently, which was not exactly on the roster. We'll see what the picks on this survivor are. We're just waiting for the survivors from Fusion to join still. They should be here soon. So what are you expecting from the survivor picks? Do you think they will go harassers like they're showing their rosters, or they will go for safer picks for round 1?
I definitely think there's two, maybe three main schools of thought. First, obviously, they can just go standard meta, ignore the map, ignore the character, ignore the previous round, just try and play super stable, regardless of what they expect. There is then the idea that they think they're going to play against a Bonbon. They could go for a pretty notable counter comp, whatever they think will do them well into that. Or obviously, they could, as you mentioned, pick up some harassers. For example, Rum on the floor has Forward and Prospector marked on the Novelist as well. A couple other options as well, such as Batter on someone like Qingyan. So we'll see exactly what the idea is going to be for them. But again, if you go down, if you get 4K'd here, you're down 7-2 round 1. And while it's not an impossible setup to come back from, it's definitely not a great position to be in after round 1. My team, myself, yesterday, were in the exact same setup, down 7-2 round 1. And it's just so difficult to fight back from. As you either have to win round 2 and round 3, or you need to draw a round and have an extremely good round win where you win by 7-2 or better, which, again, not easy by any means.
It is not easy to start off a game with such a deficit in points. They definitely will go for, I think they will go for the tie. I think in this round 1 they're just prioritizing the tie since it's such a hard map for the Hunters in specific too. Just getting out with Sacred Heart Hospital, getting a tie in round 1 and proceeding to the next rounds when they have better character picks, maybe different meta characters or better maps for the Hunters as well. Just trying to get a tie, getting better results with the Survivors as well, just trying to get the stable start.
Yeah, we'll get some Survivors finally started to load into the game here. I'm not entirely too sure what the delay is. It appears some of the players... I see. I see in the chat now. They might have accidentally accidentally in bold font have started a 5v5 game, so we are gonna have to wait for the conclusion of their 5v5 game, which fortunately does seem like it has come to an end as we start to get a couple more people in the lobby.
They were playing a 5v5 in game, unfortunately, so they couldn't join immediately, which is rather unfortunate since they were having a tournament match right now.
You know
I don't
what?
think
they get a bit of leisure time, so they said, you know what, we're gonna play an extra warm up. Good for them, I guess. We'll see if it helps them out in this one.
I don't think they were aware they had the match. I'm pretty sure they were not aware they had the match to play.
Definitely hope they were aware. They're in voice calls.
They are in voice call, yeah. Unfortunate.
I think they just wanted to ego the extra warm up.
Yeah, they were just waiting for the Hunter to finish his match, and unfortunately just it prolonged it for too long. Their 5v5 match prolonged it for too long, so they couldn't join immediately. We're still waiting. On a different topic. Okay, they're joining now. They're actually joining all of them. We're just waiting for them to get ready. Oh, someone left.
They have 3 people in the lobby, all of whom are readied up. There we go. Okay, we get the 4th person in, get them readied up. So we'll wait just a second, make sure that War Shotgun hasn't fallen asleep post delay. So we'll get our Hunter readied up in a moment once they're available. I definitely. Okay, there we go. Another person has left the lobby again.
I'm pretty sure the Eclipse Hunter is not having a great time waiting for so long, but you have to respect the Survivors from the opposite team.
Yeah, there we go. Our Survivors have rejoined the lobby, I think, for the 5th time now. We'll see if that's the lucky charm as our Survivors once again readied up. As again, we'll give War Shotgun just a moment. He's been delayed long enough. He can delay us another moment if he so pleases. So we'll wait just a second, let our last players get set up to go, and then we'll finally be in again. Round 1, half 1 ended 2-2. Tie. Survivors able to manage out 2 against the Ivy. So we'll see what the other side of it is going to do as War Shotgun finally readies up, and here we go. We will head straight on in to our pick bands for our second half of round 1. Again, Eclipse looking to get a 3rd kill here. 3 kills puts them in a good position. 4 kills, an even better one as War Shotgun. And we'll see exactly what the bans are. Potentially, we'll see some of those counters to something like the Bonbon coming out here, as our first characters banned are definitely going to be some pretty stable ones. We saw both of them last half. First Officer and Mechanic.
we're seeing a rescuer band, so it's definitely a character that's campy. I'm pretty sure it's a bonbon. I'm just expecting the bonbon. There's a very stable bonbon counter, which is first officer. He can still get the rescue even if he gets terror shock on the watch, which is generally just not really a good snowballing feature for bonbon.
As yeah, we will get our first characters grabbed up as well. Seer was left unbanned, so he will be picked up alongside a professor here. So we'll see what the setup is going to be for the rest of their picks, as the hunter going to take away the novelist. So definitely trying to get rid of some of these harassers and potential stallers that could be a little bit careful of. We'll see what the survivors want to grab up with their third pick, and instead of seeing a character that we saw played, we're going to see a character we saw banned in half one, Magician, going to get grabbed.
Magician is pretty stable character all around. For kiting, he can still bring Tide Turner as well. It's not very unusual. Can be played as a secondary rescuer. We just have to see what their fourth pick is. They're not double banning the rescuer. I assume this is going to be the rescuer. They want to save up the save rescuer as well for the later rounds.
Yeah, we'll see what it is
Mercenary.
going to be. And yeah, they're just going to grab up the mercenary here. Want to make sure they can, obviously, as you mentioned, avoid going down to an instant terror shock. Obviously, if we see a bomb terror shock, maybe that becomes a different problem. But we'll see the mercenary come out here. Has the ability, of course, to get some nice rescues. So we'll see how they do with this one. Is anything that you expect our hunter to go here if it isn't Bonbon? What do you, aside from the Bonbon, which I think we both expect, is there any other options to you?
I think Gamekeeper. Gamekeeper is not too bad in Hospital. He still struggles like most hunters in this map, but he's not too bad. He can still like trap the windows and build some loops. And Mercenary, I have to add this thing. Mercenary is not the best rescue against Bonbon in my opinion, because the chips can make him unable to rescue with the Terror Shock. He can get Terror Shock and go down, thanks to the bomb chips. He's definitely
we'll
not
see if the mercenary was there. What do you think about having mercenary be the fourth pick here? Obviously now they can play him again in the future if they want.
I don't think he's the character that... I mean, in later rounds mercenary gets better, because the characters that I usually picked in later rounds are somehow easier for him to rescue from. Oh, we're seeing the Bonbon pick, like we were expecting.
Yeah, big surprise here.
No big surprises. No big surprises, but yeah, Mercenary is kind of risky against Bonbon. I have to say, he's definitely not the best rescuer against this character.
But yeah, we'll get on into area selection here. It is going to be the same setup: middle column, right middle. As for talents, again, we're going in 3 Borrow Time, 2 Tide Turner with a Flywheel on Seer, and then Sui on Professor.
Sui and Professor is rather interesting. They want all the survivability to go to Professor, which doesn't seem to be the one to get chased from the spawn. But you have to be careful when you have to pop the Safer when this Professor is chased, possibly as a second chase or a third chase. We'll see. From the spawn, who do you think the Bonbon is going to chase? Is it going to be the Seer, the Magician?
Yeah, I definitely think there are a couple of options here. Obviously, there's going to be double Tide here, so going for the Mercenary first, not the greatest idea. But looking at the 2 close to him, Seer and Magician, I feel like realistically, he's going to try and find the Seer, and if he can't find him quickly, potentially rotate somewhere else. I feel like chasing a Magician in the area he's in could get a little bit tricky. Obviously, some very well-timed bombs can get some nice catches on some of the windows, but we'll have to see what they are going to go for here as War Shotgun. Again, definitely on one of their preferred characters. We'll see how they end up doing in this one. Is already starting to load in for our first round's second half. The Hunter really looking for a 3K here to win the round.
Indeed. From my guess, I think he might chase the Magician, who has Tide Turner, and cannot be really good at kiting. He has no transition potential. And against Bonner, you really want knee jerk.
Yeah,
He
just
seems a little
actually,
exhausted.
wow, he walks through the building, doesn't check too many corners, and then is gonna be straight on over to Shiru on the mercenary. So we'll see the setup here in the corner. Mercenary just gonna run literally to the back corner here, not gonna get anything too fancy. Another bomb goes down. We'll see if we can find the chip. Not gonna go for it. Another bomb forward now, going to be a nice elbow pad, but he does get hit on the way. So unfortunate there, as again Mercenary just trying to stay away, uses a Professor Spike there, not going to block anything. Another elbow pad to transition toward buildings here, coming in as well to try and keep some pressure, but yeah, just committing to the Merc.
Just committing to the Merc, already burned out 2 elbow pads, doing a nice transition throughout the hospital with the help of the Seer. Getting a hit right now. Let's see if the Seer will use the owl for kiting or for the rescue, which can be very helpful later for rescuing. Since Bond is a very tricky character to rescue from, and they getting the the mercenary eliminated right away.
Oh, really nice
Nice
bomb there
play.
by the Bonbon. Sets it to the 5-second timer, puts 2 down from the outside, and it is going to be the kill
Throwing
there,
bombs at
so
the
they're down.
Cypher. Throwing bombs at the Cypher to supply some pressure. But I think that missed. I think that was too far away. Yeah, it does seem to be too far away from the Cypher.
Was on a pretty large timer as well, so wouldn't have actually been able to hit, as we will see some bombs getting put down, 3 going onto the chair, a 4th going onto the chair here, so definitely a bit of item loss there if it does end up being a rather quick rescue, but we'll see if War Shotgun can defend it in time. My assumption is Mage definitely going to try and force something, but we'll have to see what the idea is going to be. War Shotgun detonation bomb available, so have to be very careful here. 5 seconds left on this timer. Bomb goes off, not going to connect to the Mage. 2 seconds,
Yeah.
owl comes out. Nice owl there.
As expected, they gave the owl to the magician to secure the safe rescue, which was exactly what I was expecting and predicting. It's a very nice strategy when you have a Seer team, just to give out the owl to the rescuer to guarantee not a double down, but also safe rescue against this character, which is a very campy one and very tricky to rescue from. He's now trying to throw bombs to apply some pressure in the magician's cipher once again. Let's see if this time he succeeds. I'm pretty sure he won't, because the magician will let go of the cipher. Yes,
Yeah,
he just let go of the cipher when the countdown ended. It's a very smart way to try and play some pressure. It does slow down for a few seconds, but it doesn't really apply any damage.
Yeah, definitely starting to be a little bit of a concern in terms of ciphers, though. Look at the ciphers on the left side of your screen. 3
They're
completed,
pretty good.
90% on one, getting close to 70 on the other. And again, this Bonbon, he
Here's Colin.
really needs a tie. He really needs a tie to keep things even.
Yes.
Really unfortunate to give up a 3. So Merc should die on chair here. He should be able to guarantee one more with the tension, but we'll see if the Bonbon can make anything happen to turn what could be only a tie into a 3K. As again, tie should be pretty stable here, but we'll see how they can do in terms of trying to get one more.
You're lighting off the ciphers to not let the Bonbon know which way is the last cipher. So he cannot teleport, which we can see from his build has teleport, has confined space with teleport. He didn't even have blink at the beginning. They're letting go of the cipher, and they're starting a new one just to make sure they have like 2 ciphers, and baiting him in with the teleport as well to the cipher that was like the lower progress. I'm pretty sure. Nice flywheel and
through a bomb, but gets hit after.
Getting hit. Unfortunately, getting hit right there, but he's making sure he doesn't get down to a chip. But yeah, as expected, he has a lot of bombs. He has a full presence. There's no way he can dodge all the chips, and eventually goes down.
Yeah, we are
This
now
year
going
does
to see...
bear board. Oh, we're seeing a pop. The professor does not have board time, which is very risky to send him in, which I don't really disagree with this pop. But they still have to rescue this Seer, and they seem to be going to the same side of the map. Will the bomb be able to catch up?
Well, yeah, I think at this point they're just trying to stall. Professor has the flywheel windows on Sui, so he's gonna vault Shaq here to try and get over 75% on this door, and the Bonbon turned around. He's not gonna catch him anymore. Could have maybe tried to get there in time. Yeah, it's just gonna be another tie here, so it's gonna be even after M1.
He pondered about them getting a backdoor rescue, but he forgot that they were both on that gate. He forgot they had 2 survivors, I'm pretty sure. And one of them was opening the gate and the other one just walking there. But I'm certain that he thought for a second they could get a backdoor rescue, and then realized that the 2 survivors were right in his front.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an unfortunate call there to back away. I think he might have been able to get in range with that attention to try and grab a 3, but as you mentioned, maybe got a little bit flustered. He knew the person on the gate, he knew the professor was still just getting past the shack doors, so unfortunately for the Bonbon there, only going to be able to grab a tie, which leaves us at a dead even standstill. Again, 4-4 tied for round number 1. We'll see what the idea is going to be now in terms of map setup, as again, we'll see if anyone wants to get a substitution, but after round number 1, again, nothing in favor.
We're definitely seeing a tied round 1 for both teams. They're both 4-4 right now. And I think in this round we're gonna see more meta coming through. There's still a lot of characters that haven't been picked, and it's gonna be a better map for the hunters, so definitely they're gonna try to give some good map for the hunters and get better results with the hunters.
So yeah, we'll see
This time
if
around it's gonna
anybody
be
goes subs.
It's gonna be opposites, and we're gonna have Team Eclipse to ban the maps and pick their faction to go first, and we're gonna see Fusion picking their map.
Yeah, substitution-wise,
You're
War
subbing?
Shotgun is going to come out for the side of Mr. Tone, so is going to be a Hunter substitution here for the side of ECL. They got their Bonbon game, and now with their new Hunter, they will have ban and map selection. What do you expect them to ban here?
I'm expecting a really small map, maybe. Maybe there's a wheel and there's a Goatman. I don't think Goatman really thrives in smaller maps. And since open is still open, Goatman is still open, they might ban him though. And Breaking Wheel is not really good at small maps either, so they might go for Ever Slipping, Chinatown, something like that.
Yeah, just waiting a little bit for ECL to send that ban submission, of course, considering which faction they're going to want to send first as well, but that'll come at a later moment, as we'll wait and see what this ban is going to be. Obviously able to ban anything except for the side of Hospital, which they have just played on, so we'll see what the idea is going to be. It could ban away some of the large maps, some of the smaller maps, and they're going to go a little bit in the middle. Ever Sleeping taken off the table.
That's very unexpected. I was not expecting them to ban Ever Slipping. I was actually expecting them to pick Ever Slipping. That's very interesting. Let's see what the map will be picked from Fusion. They're definitely... Oh, they're picking Church. I was expecting them to prioritize the Hunter this round, but they're just prioritizing both the Hunter and the Survivors. Church is a very balanced map in my opinion.
We'll see what the Hunter is going to want to play here for the side of Fusion. Obviously, a couple of options here, especially for Mushin, has some of those other characters on the table. Again, Opera, Geisha, both available. Could go for the Fool's Gold if they want to get their pocket pick in on this one, but we'll have to wait and see for that, as we see ECL with Faction Select do have the option to send their Hunter freshly subbed in, or of course their Survivors on the other side here on Church. Based on that first round, again, tied 2-2, 2 ties back to back, would you expect them to want to send their Survivors or their freshly subbed in Hunter?
I'm pretty sure they might send in the Hunter, since he's just freshly subbed in and he doesn't really have played yet, and might get better results since he hasn't played yet. And from what I'm seeing, this Hunter does play Breaking Wheel and Goatman. Goatman is not really good in this map, and Breaking Wheel is even worse in this map, so it might be the Violinist. I have seen this Hunter play Violinist in the past matchup. It might be Violinist.
Yeah, here we go. ECL are going to opt to send their Hunter first, so as you predicted, it will be a Hunter going in first. Fusion Survivors, again, no sub from the side of Fusion, so we'll see it the same 5 players going in on to this one. We'll give just a moment to make sure we can get all of our players in, but ECL Hunter here on Red Church, as you mentioned, handful of characters that you aren't really thrilled to play on this map. Anything that you do expect to see them or the Survivors go for?
I'm just expecting the Violinist in specific on the Hunter, and from the Survivors, I think they will just go for a safe team comp, or depending on the results of their Hunter, they might just go for... Oh, I was mentioning the Eclipse team specific, by the way. I think they will just resume to their movements regarding the Hunter's results. And for Team Fusion, I think survivors will go for a rather safe comp as well, trying to keep up things up and just giving their hunter a more of a leeway. Maybe so.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We do get all of our players into the lobby here. Violinist profile on the Hunter, so definitely have to keep an eye out for. If we are going to get anything of that nature, definitely would be interesting to see, but not yet a guarantee by any means. So we'll just have to wait for a second here. Let our players get locked in and good to go here. As again, no 5v5 match to wait for this time, so shouldn't be too long before we get going for the first half of round 2.
This time there's no 5v5 round to wait for, and we just have the matchup right away. There's no much more waiting time like in the first round. We're still waiting for all the players to get ready up. I'm just not expecting any sort of like aggressive team comp like I was mentioning. I don't think there's any sort of reason to be for aggressive team comp. They would just play something stable. They don't really know what they're expecting either, since there's a lot of meta picks still available for the other hunter. And they might have a surprise pick as well. We never know if all the hunters listed in the roster are gonna be picked.
So yeah, again, just for reference, we can talk about our global band characters as well. It was based on that last round, so not too long ago, but for reference, it was the Professor, it was the, oh, there we go, never mind, don't need to worry about global bands. We're actually getting straight on in here to our picks and bands. Again, it was, of course, Seer, Professor, and Magician, but definitely have to keep an eye out for some of those others, as we'll get straight on in, and our first band already going to be hovered on tonight. We'll see if it gets locked in.
Knight is a rather interesting ban. I have seen it a lot in ranks in specific, but not really in tournaments. Let's see what the hunter will play from these ban. Oh, Mechanic too. Mechanic is a very strong survivor, so there's not really any surprise there.
We'll wait and see what our survivors are going to want to go for. Obviously, a lot of options. They're actually going to ban the violinist. That's so rude.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate because I know this player, this hunter, is known for playing violinist in specific. That's why I was like hyping it up a lot before the match. But you're just banning it. You're just banning the violinist, unfortunately. We're seeing an archer, antiquarian picks, very strong picks, and harassers. They're just going for harassers actually. They're going for harassers this round.
We'll see what it is going to be back on this other side for our bans. Again, handful of options for what our hunter is going to want to go for. And it looks like they actually missed their ban, so we'll see if anything gets updated on that front. But definitely not what you would have expected to see here. A missed ban for that third one, as Puppeteer going to get picked up.
Not really what you want, having a missed ban. You would want to get advantage from all the bans you can get. We're seeing a mercenary ban from the last one, probably to not give any sort of chances of getting a rescue. It's probably a solo hit hunter. I don't think it's a chip hunter for banning mercenary.
Yeah, we'll see a Gravekeeper come in as our last survivor here. Get a little bit of rescue ability on this team. So again, obviously we'll have to wait just a moment to see what our hunters are going to go, as we'll have to wait for our survivors to finish up all of their talents and whatnot. But it's definitely a very interesting comp setup, at least for the moment.
It's a very aggressive team comp, with Archer and Antiquarian specifically. Antiquarian is one of the best survivors in the game, I have to say. And Archer is a rather recent survivor specifically. She has been getting good results in tournaments in general, but she's not really the strongest survivor regarding the latest releases, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll get our survivors all locked in on their talents. Everybody good to go over there. So we'll swap it back over to our other side as our hunter. Gonna go straight onto the peddler here.
Is it a recent hunter that has been getting a lot of play in tournaments in specific too? And I'm very excited to see what she's gonna do.
going to have to wait a little bit longer, of course, getting into the game. We'll see what our survivors want to do for their spawn setup here. It's going to be the middle row with that bottom middle setup as well. So looking at this, oh, not even going to have to wait to see Peddler insta-locks in the top right.
We're seeing a full kite archer, a flywheel Borutam anti-Korean, a Borutam tide turner gravekeeper, and a Borutam tide turner puppeteer, which is going to be a secondary rescuer from what we can see. And the archer bringing full kite is definitely not unexpected. She's a curator that is expected to harass and have some survivability, which is not really her best. Her kiting kit is not the best against some hunters, I have to say.
We'll see what this idea is going to be from the survivors. Obviously, Antiquarian being looked at as a potential first case option simply by looking in proximity, but we'll have to see if that's the idea. It's going to be 3 borrowed times on everybody but Archer, 2 flywheels on the Antiquarian and Archer, of course, 2 tides on the Gravekeeper and Puppeteer, and then a Windows for the full Sui for the Archer here. So we'll see if that is going to be the setup that they want to full commit to, or what the survivors are going to try and play here. Obviously, again, Antiquarian, the notable option for first kite, but by no means is the Peddler forced to commit to it.
Peddler is pretty good against Antiquarian, I have to mention. She's a pretty good hunter to chase after her. She doesn't really struggle with Antiquarian like a lot of other hunters do, because Antiquarian is really strong survivor. In my opinion, she's one of the best survivors. So let's see if the Peddler we actually go after her. Or we're seeing the newbie tire. We're seeing the newbie tire from the Peddler. From the Lanternist essence.
Yeah, definitely already interesting to see. Obviously, a new character came out a day or two ago. Sadly, won't be able to see them in tournaments. Goodbye, QS.
Yes.
I wish I could play him, but we'll have to wait to see here. First kite coming out. Looking at the Antiquarian, we know they're in the area, so we'll see if the hunter is going to want to commit, and it does look like this is going to be who they want to chase here to start.
She's doing some really great hiding. I think the Peddler sees her now. Oh, getting a chip right away. Hiding is smart, but when you get found out in a bad position, it can kind of hurt, which we saw right now. She got the chip immediately when she got found out.
Gonna miss the second chip here and gets sticked, so unfortunate for the Peddler there. Antiquarian gonna survive for at least a little bit longer, as we'll see another chip get gathered here, really looking for this double chip down as opposed to something like a Vine setup. So we'll see Antiquarian here playing around this next pallet. Vine comes out, gonna miss on the target here in the close corner, and Antiquarian definitely should be good for a 3-cipher kite to start the game.
Spinning that flute to get some speed boost, and she gets a pallet stun, very good pallet stun on this Peddler. She does have warp to be used, and she missed the stun, but the Antiquarian does fly. Well, this is a very interesting movement from both the hunter and the survivor. But she does miss the chip because the Antiquarian flywheel it, and now she's a little bit lost from what you can see. She's a little bit lost.
There we go. Oh, get the chip down. Antiquarian will fall for the moment, as again, it's still a pretty good first chase at the end of the day. Not going to be too upset with that by any means, but we'll have to wait now for this rescue.
It was a 3-cipher kite from the Antiquarian, which is pretty good, I have to say. The trade wasn't used out, but the Peddler didn't really need the warp to finish things off. She's now trying to stuff this Gravekeeper, which is going to be really hard. Let's see if she can get a Tear Shock.
Does get the first chip here, going to drop down the green. If we can get another chip into the hit, it would be a down, but the cooldown's just slightly not friendly enough. It's 3 chips onto the grave, and Antiquarian's going to get insta-hit.
That's good, so since the Antiquarian still had some stick and could rebound potentially, but the Vine was so good that she didn't really have any opportunity to use a stick. Hitting the Antiquarian for presence, I'm pretty sure. Yes, and now she's picking up on the corner, which is going to be a long tier. Very smart from this Antiquarian to run into the corner. Just making maximum use, just using the Tide Turner to get in there. And they're now sending the Puppeteer, which is a secondary rescue with Tide Turner as well. The Cypher's at 64, actually. The last Cypher's at 64.
They have
They
Tide
might
Turner
have a
and the Antiquarian as
opportunity.
borrowed time, so this could become very
Yes.
problematic for the Peddler here. As we'll see what the setup is going to be here. Has one more chip to work with. Connects to the chip as Lewis comes out to help tank for it. Antiquarian's going to get instantly hit, and now the question is, can they get that Cypher ready to go for this Antiquarian? 85%. It's looking a little bit slow. Is going to keep trying to set up. Archer coming in though to keep the harassment up. Connects this Vine, but again, Archer no borrowed time, but that Antiquarian is far enough away. They're going to have a pop here as Warp comes out. That's going to be a lost trait right before endgame. Pop comes out. Antiquarian with 2 sticks. Vine now trying to catch up
Seems
to
to
it.
be
Gets a
the time.
Pogo over, sticks him into the wall, and Antiquarian's doing a really good job on stalling. And while they are not going to get the hit
In the
on that,
hit.
chip connects. This should be a 3 escape for the survivors here. Really well done. We'll see if they can secure Antiquarian. Going to keep this kite going as long as they can. Everybody's at the gate, and even if they get the Antiquarian, which they should for what it's worth, it's going to be a 3 escape here. So really well done by the survivors.
Very well done from the survivors. Antiquarian's kite was really, really good. Finally showing the confined space, which is not used the whole game. You have to notice that. The confined space wasn't really of use on this hunter, unfortunately. She didn't really, Antiquarian didn't really try to loop any windows. She didn't really get to route any windows, so the confined space was definitely not the best trait to bring. But the Antiquarian generally just did a lot. Just did a really good kite. Just contained for 3 ciphers. Maximum use of both of the Tide Turners. Perfect cipher layout. The cipher which was really fast. I didn't really realize when the cipher was already almost done. I only realized the cipher was like 64 when I checked. I was too focused on the kiting and all the interaction between the survivor and the hunter. But it was such a good cipher rush from the survivors.
And yeah, really well done by them. Obviously, you mentioned it, the Antiquarian, obviously the MVP of the half by all means, able to stay alive on the first kite until that 3rd cipher was pretty much ready to go. And while obviously the first rescue didn't go the greatest, almost killed the Gravekeeper and insta-rehit the Antiquarian, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The ciphers are just too quick. They had 4 done with another at 60 by the time that 2nd rescue came in. Archer with a bit of good harassment to stall that Peddler. Only got the 1 great trait usage there with the warp there, which had to be used to catch up to that Antiquarian, because like obviously if you don't get the grab on the Anti, you could be risking something like a 4 escape, but they were able to catch up, get the Antiquarian, so it's not a complete disaster, but it's definitely a very well played round by the survivors, able to capitalize on those hunter mistakes. Is now they're gonna have a nice 3-1 lead in the round, and now they just need their hunter to pick up a tie.
Now Team Fusion is going to play as Hunter, and the survivors are from SEL are going to play as well. And Team Fusion is in the lead. Definitely the Hunter just wants a tie to get a round win. We're going to see round 3 guaranteed since round 1 was a tie from both sides. But let's see what the picks will be. Maybe the survivors can pull out the 3 skip as well. We never know.
And I mean, yeah, there's definitely room for the survivors to get another good game. They saw the opponents do it, so we'll have to be a little bit careful here in the terms of the side of ECL, who, again, definitely not in the greatest position ever halfway through regulation here, 2 or 3 halves through the set, so we'll have to wait and see as we get our survivors in the lobby here. Do you think that they'll go for something like a lot of harassers to try and guarantee and rush toward this tie, or do you think that they'll just look to use those meta picks that they haven't gotten through yet?
I'm pretty sure they will try to go for some aggressive playstyle because they really want this 3 escape. They really want the 3 escape to guarantee all the tied up rounds. But we'll see if they will just go for the tie and expect a better round 3. Maybe so. Because stable survivors are usually just for ties. They don't really give you 3 escapes as easily as harassers. They give you more potential for 3 escapes and for better results.
So yeah, we have 3 players in the lobby here for the survivors, our hunter as well, so we'll wait a little bit, make sure that we can get that match record sent in, and make sure that we can get set up onto this front side of things. Again, we'll have to wait just a little bit here, as again, we will start to get our players locked in here.
We'll see what Mushin will play. What do you expect in this red church? It was Team Fusion that actually picked this map. Do you think he will play meta? He will be an off-meta pick?
Yeah, we'll have to. I'm definitely think that there's room to go either way, right? Opera Singer is one of Bushin's main marked
Yes.
hunters, so I wouldn't be surprised by an Opera Singer on Church. Maybe not the best map for the character, but by all means workable. So we'll see if that is going
Very
to be what they're
cool.
looking for. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go for an off-meta pocket pick. Maybe just go something super stable, right? Think Wax, think Disciple, maybe Bonbon. Those characters who can really consistently get a kill in the early game and get another kill with detention. So we'll see what the idea is from the Hunter, who I definitely think a lot of the emphasis is going to be on, as again, they need a tie, right? The Hunter really enjoys a tie here. Fusion won their first matchup, so they're definitely looking to go 2-0 to start the group stage. Is again, not by any means a guarantee, but winning 2 series puts you in a fantastic position to get into that top 8 playoff state. So we'll see if they can win this game and put themselves in a great position for today's series, at least.
It's practically guaranteed to get to the playoffs with two matches wins. We're starting off with a Goatman ban from the Survivors and a Seer and Antiquarian ban from the Hunter, which is not very surprising because they're such strong Survivors. We're having a Magician pick right away from Team ECL, and the Gravekeeper. They're going for a Rescue right away, which is gonna get global banned.
Yeah, here we go. We see again these picks coming through. Obviously talked about some of them. Seer, Antiquarian, Archer all on the ban list. Magician, Gravekeeper, 2 stronger survivors going to be on that global ban list. Novelist as well going to join it. So we'll have to see what this idea is going to be for the survivors as Novelist comes in for their 3rd pick. Now it's going to be on to the next ban. They hovered Acrobat for a moment, but don't seem to be too committed to it. And yeah, Fire Investigator.
Fire Investigator is pretty good in this map since he can block the. He's usually spawned in middle. He can block the doorways. He's a very good carry in this map in specific, and he has really good loops too. It's not. Oh, there's a Fire Lady pick. I was too focused on the Fire Investigator band and explaining it to see the Fire Lady.
And yeah, we'll see Faro come out here. I've definitely seen my fair share of very competent Faro ladies, so while maybe not the strongest character objectively, has its great moments. So we'll see what the idea is going to be here, as it will be some locks for the survivors here. Mr. Poco gonna be the one piloting that Faro lady. What are your thoughts on the character?
Fire not really good against the meta in specific, but she's pretty good and pretty niche against some other hunters at the off meta. She's not the worst character. The rescuing debuff though is pretty bad. She's easily terror shocked when coming for the rescues. And knowing the reaction time from these hunters, since they're playing the tournament, I'm pretty sure she'll have a hard time rescuing if it comes to it.
Yeah, we'll see these survivors here finishing up their talents. Pharaoh Lady, the last player, needed to lock in, as they'll lock it in here, and we swap on over to the Hunter side here. Magician, Gravekeeper, Novelist, Pharaoh Lady, and he is looking for a tie at the least to win the round. So we'll see what they are going to go for here. The survivors have set them up well, and yeah, they're just going to go into that strong character pool, Opera Singer.
Yes, it's Mission's preferred meta hunter, and Opera Singer is pretty good in Church. She's not the worst character in Church. She's very stable. She usually gets ties in Church, but let's see if he can get more. She really only needs a tie because of the results to survivors from Fusion Gods already.
Yeah, we'll get the setup here on area selection. It's going to be the same, again, very common setups here, middle row with one in the bottom middle. So we'll see what it is going to be. The Hunter as well spawning in, not the top right here, bouncing around a little bit. So we'll see where Mushin wants to lock them down to. Top left, top right, back over. Now looking at the top right, that would be the Magician closest to them, and they swap back again to the top left here. So a little bit of bouncing around, trying to read the survivor they want.
Looking at the builds, all of them have Flywheel less the Gravekeeper, and all of them have Board Time. Flywheel is not really effective against Opera Singer. It's not really the build you want. You would usually prefer Knee Jerk against her, but let's see what the survivors can do.
Yeah, definitely going to have to keep an eye on this overall game state. As again, normally in the first house, we're just looking at a productive game for either side, but really looking for a killer tie here to win the round. As again, you can't by any means force win the game right now. There's nothing that you can do. So we'll see what it is going to be for the survivors here. Need a good game. They really do need a good game, as we'll see how it is going to go for them. Asoap definitely potentially going to be this first chase here. Triple flywheel for the survivors as well, so a lot to work with.
I personally think he might go after Fire Lady. The Opera Singer might go after Fire Lady. Since Harley's pretty easily countered by Opera Singer's feat. It's not really easy to juke an Opera Singer with Fire Lady. And Novice is a rather strong kiter, in my opinion, against Opera Singer. It's definitely a hard chase. But let's see what Mushin decides to do.
As, yeah, we'll see him stray on to the races here. Does find this novelist here, so we'll see if that chase is going to commit. As over to the window for the moment, Asoap going to keep passing away, as Mushin could swap over here. Is going to spot another player here. That's Forbidden's Magician, and yeah, it is just going to be the target swap here. Do have wands to work with here, but we'll have to get on going here. Nice pallet dropped already here for the Hunter, so we'll see what the setup is going to be. Blink not up for another 25 seconds, so still going to be a bit difficult.
Pretty good routing from this Magician already. Maintaining some distance from the Opera Singer, making sure not to get a very early hit, using the wand successfully, blocking the Shadow Path, and running back to the Opera Singer. Unfortunately, getting that hit. I don't think that one usage was actually really good. It didn't really avoid a hit.
Yeah, Forbidden just gonna go down here in Grave. Does force trait, which is obviously better than it could have been, able to at least force that Opera timer down. Detention trump card going to be the choices here. Not surprising for an Opera Singer by any means, as here we go. Gravekeeper gonna get spotted early. We're just gonna hit the shovel here, and we should be able to try and recall to one of our shadows, and here we go. Gonna have a second hit opportunity on the Grave, and yeah, just takes it. Early rescue gonna come out here.
But it was kind of early, not gonna be honest, not gonna lie. But indeed, he was cut off. There was not really anything he could do to delay the rest. Oh, nice pellet stun! This Magician is actually trying to rebound off the Tide Turner, making sure that he can get a better kite going through. Since the first kite was pretty short, they were short in one cipher because of all the rotation that the Novelist and the Fire Lady had to do, just to make sure they won't get chased by this Opera Singer.
Oh, nice flywheel. He gets to the pallet. He is able to get to the pallet, not going to connect the stun, though. Unfortunate for Forbidden.
Unfortunate interaction. Getting to the pallet, but Opera Singer also flies through the pallet, and he doesn't really know how to drop it, and ends up dropping in the wrong side.
It's a really early trait swap here by the Opera Singer. Still over 40 seconds until that teleport comes up. Has already, of course, committed to the teleport. We'll see if the early swap ends up getting punished at all. Definitely not too expecting of it, as Asoap coming in here. This was the original first chase. Novelist now going to use this swap. Should be able to get the rescue here, but would get Terror Shocked if he insta-touches it and gets it off. No Terror Shock.
Unfortunately, not Damages. Like, I'm pretty sure this Novelist is intended to get the Damages rescue through the book. Body blocking for this Magician. He tried to flywheel, but the flywheel did not come through, and he ended up getting hit. But body blocking for this Magician, trying to get him to live for a little bit longer. He still has a wand, maybe. Oh! He did vault into the Opera Singer, which was a very interesting interaction as well.
Okay, yeah, he's just going to get tagged on the slow ball. Unfortunate. Double down here could definitely become a problem.
Yes, the Opera Singer wants to down this Novelist before he picks himself up. Doesn't want him to use his health heal and getting to run away. Making sure that he has a down already. And the Sarvis had to leave the ciphers to get a rescue on. And going quickly back to the Magician to get him sent back to the manor. They missed a wall cipher. I'm realizing.
Asoap still on chair here with a gas coming in for the rescue on Grave. Gets a nice early hit here as Novelist will get rescued, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of a tough situation. Shovel used already for guaranteed safety. It will be the down though onto Novelist, so able to reconnect that, but There's no cipher right now. Yeah, 0%, 0%, 24%. So it's really rough here for the survivors. They could be looking at getting 4K as they really need to get a cipher going now, as Mr. Poco gonna have to be the one to come in for this rescue if they want to get Novelist.
It's going to be really hard since Mr. Popo is playing Fire Lady, and Fire Lady has a great rescuing debuff. Let's see if the rescue comes through successfully, which is like the most the most dangerous thing right now.
Yeah, the cane will allow the Pharaoh to get by, is going to get the rescue obnoxiously
This
slow, but it
rescue.
doesn't matter. Hits onto the Pharaoh Lady here. Gravekeeper is working this 40% Cypher, and we're just going to teleport to it. We don't need to hard commit to the Novelist right now. We need to keep this Cypher going. Shovel comes out here, not going to swing at it, is going to go off the wall as Withergas comes up, gets hit on the pallet there. So nicely played by the Opera Singers again. 40% Cypher machine that's very hard to access. Pharaoh Lady can make use of some of that progress, but obviously not the easiest thing in the world as Heal comes out now, Novelist ready to go.
They're healing the novice, which has greater chance of rescuing, making sure they have the ciphers running with the Fire Lady who has a greater recoding buff, and Novelist gets a rescue through. But he's getting pretty hard cut off right now, which can make things harder for the survivors.
So yeah, nice swap for Aesop right before he gets hit, but it shouldn't matter too much. Recall onto the Shadow will be the first hit here as Mr. Poco working as much as they can on this Cypher. They'll officially get to a third completion, but the early hit on Novelist means no rescue for the Gravekeeper potentially at all. So again, it really is starting to look like it'll be a 3K guaranteed, which is what the Hunter truly needs right now. Nice flywheel from the Novelist.
Nice
Swing doesn't connect, so is it going to stay safe for the moment? No dash on the Opera Singer here, so we'll have to try and chase Novelist down on foot here. Yeah, he's just going to run to the corner here. That book is not going to be up in time, so Novelist is going to go down. Gravekeeper is going to die on chair, and Mr. Poco now trying to sprint over to where they know the dungeon is. Yeah, smart drop by the Opera.
But Machine is going to drop the Novelist to go into his 4K. Of course, you don't want to cheer and want to try and find the Fire Lady, since the Cypher is pretty much not done. They only have a 54% Cypher and the other one at 25, which was getting absorbed by the Fire Lady. I don't really know how to call the ability, so I don't really see Fire Lady very often in tournaments. But the opposite is just making a run for the Fire Lady, trying to find her, but doesn't really get any tornadoes triggered, unfortunately. The Fire Lady is running towards the other side of the map, going through to the walls, probably to get rid of crows. And probably trying to open some chests. I'm pretty sure she will just try to open some chests. Eventually soon.
Yeah. They do still have a cane to work with, so it's not the worst in the world, I suppose, but definitely moving on around, trying to make sure that they can keep toward a Cypher, not get crows, as Opera obviously learns the location of the dungeon, so going to be able to keep trying to cover it as Opera continues to move around the map, trying to get this tinnitus, and they are going to tag it on the Pharaoh Lady here behind this map. Yeah, Novelist does have the exit pad, so he can pick himself back up whenever they decide that that is the idea, but it is going to be a pretty quick hit here onto the Pharaoh.
Pretty quick down. The Novelist should use his health. Yeah, he's using the self heal when the Fire Lady gets down. Very smart from these survivors, making sure the self heals don't use it when the Fire Lady gets down. And now she will probably know the she does know the Novelist location through the marks on the floor. It will be a pretty quick down. He does have a book to use, but it's not really useful because she still has a Shadow Dance.
Oh.
Window hit. We're just watching a slug gameplay. It's very we're very used to this sort of gameplay to guarantee 4Ks. It's not really a new sort of game style. Just making sure to get this 4K, ensuring all the survivors are sent back to the manor. Novice is almost bleeding out, but I don't think this Fire Lady can... She's running towards the dungeon. She is running towards the dungeon. But I don't think it's very easy to get there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Novelist bleed out timer is just not going to be quick enough here, so it's still looking at quite a bit of time here. It's a decent bit of movement here to trick off this Opera Singer, but unfortunately, we will be out of the invisibility very soon here, so not going to get the connection on this pallet as Mr. Poco should be out of cloaking, but again, this Novelist is still probably maybe 15-20 seconds away. Not going to get the hit here. pallet break here. If we sprint to the dungeon and make it there, by all means we can secure it, but we should be able to get it. Yeah, Opera Singer going to close it away here. Again, still just a little bit of time before that Novelist goes and bleeds out, and it will be the confirmed 4K here for the Opera Singer. Congratulations, of course, to them, as survivors, a great round for their side. It's going to be an 8-1 round win. Very, very difficult to come back from.
The Team Eclipse is very, very behind on points right now. The survivors got 4K'd and the hunter only got a one kill. He got 3 escaped, I'm pretty sure, and they just have to make the same results in round 3, or they have to do better, which is really, really hard to pull off.
And yeah, we'll see what the first setup is going to be here. But again, for this side of ECL at an extreme disadvantage, now down 7 points. They must win the next round by 8-1 or by 10-0. Those are the only options, meaning in their 8 players, they have 8 survivors and then 4 people to kill. They need to give up at most one escape or 1 kill not gotten, and that will be it for the side of Eclipse here. So they're only allowed to allow a single person to either die in their survivor game or to escape in their hunter game, and considering the current pace of the series, they've gotten a tie and a single kill, and then of course on the other side another tie and that 0 escape. It is not looking too great for ECL, but never say never. Still have all the time in the world to make it happen. Just need to play these next 2 halves absolutely flawlessly, pretty much, and we'll see if they can make it happen. As substitutions, wouldn't expect too much, but we'll see if the teams want to make one.
Seeing a 4K from Team Eclipse, we're definitely expecting a 4K from the hunter and a 3 escape from the survivors, because getting a 4 escape as survivors is really, really hard. It's a really hard thing to do, and we don't see it often.
Yeah, we'll wait a little bit, make sure that we can get all of these match records set up. But as for our map picks and bans, obviously now we've seen Church and we've seen Hospital, 2 of the pretty much smaller maps in the game. Is there any expectations for you on maps? Do you think we'll stay to the small maps or potentially try and switch it up by going to a bigger one?
I think we're going to a bigger map right now. There's still Arms Factory though, which let's see what Team ECL will want for round 3. We do have Arms Factory, we have like the bigger maps. We have all the bigger maps available still. Of course, Team Fusion can ban a few of them. Team Fusion can choose to ban Arms Factory as well too, and just stick up to the bigger maps. We'll see what Survivors and the Hunter have in store. We definitely want the Team ECL to get a plan coming through to get back in the results. Getting back some points. They really need 4K right now. They really need the 4K from the Hunter, just to make sure they tie up the rounds. I don't think a 4K and a 4 escape is very, very much possible. It's rare. It is possible, but it's very, very rare. It's not really realistic. You wouldn't really expect it. So they probably just want to tie up in rounds, wins, and just go up for round 4.
And yeah, as you mentioned, this is an extremely tough round to get back from. So we'll see what they can do. Obviously, we'll wish them luck in trying to manage out some success here. But definitely going to be looking at this first round with a very close eyes. Again, they need to either get, depending on the first faction, realistically, they need a 4 kill and a 3 escape to force overtime. You mentioned it's possible that they get the 10-0, but it is not something that you see very frequently in IDV tournaments. I don't think we've had, maybe we have had a 10-0 in this tournament. I have been keeping track of every single scoreline, but not very many, if at all any. So going to have to see what the idea is going to be for this ECL side. As again, we'll see what it is going to be. No subs from either team in Fusion with map ban and side select.
Let's see what map is going to be banned. It's going to be banned Chinatown. It's a rather hunter-sided map, I have to say, with the Cypher line out usually. It's very easy to get Cypher lock on this map. I hate this map. I have to say I hate Chinatown because of the Cypher locked positions. For the hunter, it's pretty good, but the survivors is really hard to come back from. And let's see what ECL we pick with this ban.
yeah, it is going to have to see again, obviously waiting for some of these picks and bans to come through. Chinatown, obviously the ban, ECL, where do they think they can find success? Obviously, Fusion, they know they need 2 points to win the series, so I definitely expect them to send their Hunter first and try and just forcibly get 2 kills, play whatever you need to make it happen. As on this other side, of course, it is going to be up to the side of ECL. Need 2 fantastic rounds here, as we'll see what map they think they can do it on. Still yet to lock in their pick.
They'll probably go for a map they're comfortable in. Mostly, I think they will just try to give a good map for the Hunter, for what the Hunter wants to play, to assure this 4K. They really need the Hunter to 4K, so we'll probably just pick a map that the Hunter is specialized in and knows how to play well with a certain Hunter. They're picking Moonlit. They're picking Moonlit River Park, which is known for being a Hunter, a good map for Hunters in specific too.
Yeah, I definitely expect the side of Fusion just to send their Hunter first and try and put them down.
Yes.
We'll see if the idea is going to follow that line, or potentially they want to let their survivors get a little bit more practice in on this matchup. As again, it is going to be survivors first, so whatever reasoning they have behind it, Fusion goes survivors on.
Reminder that if they get a tie or they get a 3 escape again, I'm pretty sure the round is just over in the first half already. They really need to get good results from Eclipse side. We get into the lobby already. All the survivors are getting posted up, and the Hunter too. Sunina.
Yeah,
For global bans, we do have IDV and Upper Singer from Fusion side, and from Eclipse side for the Hunter, we have a Peddler and a Bonbon ban, Glow ban. So we still have a few of meta characters to be used, I think, depending on the bans. The Violinist is probably gonna get banned again, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think we'll see the Violinist getting come to play.
And yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how this Hunter does. Again, the last time they played, they unfortunately only got 1 kill, and it is now going to be up to them to evolve that round to 1k up to a 4k here. Again, if they only get a 3k, we're going to play the rest of the half out, but then it would be up to the survivors have to get a 4 to make it happen. So obviously we'll wish the Hunter luck here trying to get a 4k to prolong the series, but again, the survivors know 1 escape does really well for them in terms of the second half, and obviously 2 escapes does infinitely better for the second half, as they simply won't have to play it and they will walk away with the series win on the spot. So we'll see what they're going to go for once we get set up here in the lobby. Still waiting on 1 more survivor. Everybody is in, then we'll get readied up, and then we will be underway here for our potentially final half of this series, but we'll have to wait and see how our Hunter does to try and keep us going.
So pressure on the Eclipse side, Hunter, but we're just waiting and expecting the best results and cheering him on. Definitely a very hard position to be in. Needing that 4k is definitely not easy to pull through, especially against these good survivors. Let's see what the bans and picks will be. We're starting off with the Priestess ban, which is very common in this big map, such as Moonlight River Park. She really thrives in here. And the Gravekeeper ban too. The Hunter doesn't seem to want any safe rescuer to come through as well.
Yeah, we'll see what the Hunter bans are going to be. Definitely expecting something like the Antonio to get taken off the table, potentially joining that Gamekeeper, which it is going to be what it is. I mean, we're not surprised to see the Violinist go away. Obviously, the Gamekeeper as well is going to go, as our survivors looking to pick 4 characters to get a tie. First, going to start off Psychologist to be a little bit tankier, and then going to move on over Enchantress for just some extra support.
Very good support character that has been seeing a lot of play lately in tournaments. We having a forward ban, no place for harassers. Definitely for a very tricky character to deal with, as some Hunters. Let's see what the survivors will pick further on. First off, no, Fire Investigator? Wild Link. Oh, they're locking the Wildling. They weren't thinking about it for a second. They're locking the Wildling as their third pick. And the Hunter will have his fourth ban right now. Let's see what the fourth ban will be, and if it will give any lead to the Hunter that he will play.
Yeah, we'll see the last ban come through here. What our Hunter is a bit careful of. Fire Investigator going to be cut off at the table, as our last pick here could go for something stable,
Maybe?
and it is just going to be Novelist going onto the team.
They were thinking for a little. They kept picking, and this picking are just like letting go of the characters. Very interesting. We're just waiting for them to pick their talents, and for the Hunter to pick their character as well. Definitely, I'm pretty sad that we're not seeing the Violinist, because I was expecting a Violinist since the Hunter is known for playing Violinist. But we see what we see. The survivors did want to ban the Violinist in specific since it's a specialist. It is good to ban the specialists characters.
So, yeah, we'll wait and see the final lock-ins on the talents from the survivors, obviously. Gonna give them just a little bit of time to finish up, have 20 seconds in the game clock to finalize their persona builds and anything of that nature. So we'll see what our Hunter is going to want to go for. Obviously, again, couple of options for them still available. Gamekeeper, Violinist banned away on the game. Obviously, the other global bans are still relevant by all means, but we'll see what this is going to be here. Moon River Park against Psychologist, Enchantress, Wildling, and Novelist really needs a 4K, and they're going to ship in the Breaking Wheel. Mr. Poland going to come in here again, really needing a 4K, must get a 3K regardless.
It is an all or nothing character in my opinion. Breaking Wheel is definitely an all or nothing character, and it's within the Hunter's roster, so it's not very surprising to see the Breaking Wheel. Let's see if he can pull off the 4K like he really needs to.
Yeah, we'll see how this Breaking Wheel manages, again, giving them just a bit of time as well to get their talents all good to go, and then we'll get straight in to our third round's opening half, and could be the closing half as well. Have to be a little bit careful on that front. We'll jump on over to area selection here. Very quick decisions by both teams here. Have first stop, have North Bridge, South Bridge, and the main building, and then our Breaking Wheel going to spawn in that top section of the map between North Bridge and that first stop out by the broken carousel.
The Enchantress is wearing full kite, the Novelist is wearing flywheel tide, the Wildling is wearing board time tide, and the Psychologist has flywheel and board time. The flowers are really coming in handy since you really want the flywheels against Breaking Wheel to dodge the snap as a potential dodge date. Let's see if the Breaking Wheel will bring no detention. Usually when we see a Breaking Wheel really needing 4K, they usually don't bring detention.
A little bit of time left before we get going. A couple of options left to decide as we will get going here. Again, our Hunter, if they do not get a 3 kill, or if they only get a tie, then that will be the end of the series on the spot. If the Breaking Wheel gets a 3K, we'll go into the second half with the survivors needing a 4 escape to get overtime. And if the Breaking Wheel grabs all 4 kills in this game, then we will go into the second half, the survivors needing a 3 escape to go to overtime or a 4 escape to win on the spot. Again, very unlikely to see a 10-0 after the opening sections of this map, but very possible still.
Very possible, but very rare and very hard to pull off. We just have to cheer for this Hunter, for this 4K. Really needs a 4K. Really, a lot of pressure in this Hunter, definitely just a lot of pressure. Seeing an A-tire from the summer. The summer A-tire for...
Gonna get straight on to it, chasing this top target here. Novelist going to be the setup 1-7 here. Not going to go for the immediate take of stop 1 here. Just gonna get on to running away. Again, can't really use this Novelist book until the wheel goes out of form. So We'll see if he ends up going out of form before he gets this first spike. Not going to get
Nice
it here with the first
dodges.
speed now as, again, Novelist going to keep
Just
going
breaking
around here.
hands.
Have to do something breaking wheel. He's going to get out here. Could see the Novelist use this book. Is going to get slowed, though, so should be the first hit here is, no, going to get a little bit of a speed boost out. Gets to the pallet at least. Not going to
Missing
get
the
hit through it. Oh, this is a really rough start here for the breaking wheel. Gets hit on the pallet there. Finally, a good bit of good news for the breaking wheel. As we'll see if he just goes back into wheel form. He will.
Unfortunately, missing that mind game. The breaking wheel manages to get the first hit. He does have insolence and confined space. As I mentioned, he did not bring detention. When you really need a good result with Pollen, you don't bring detention usually. You just go for everything you can in early game. The novices have a book, so we can just swap away from the breaking wheel and try to force out this blink, which is exactly what you need. Just force out the blink, a standard kite, forcing out the blink. Oh, baiting out the flywheel as well. And
Yeah.
blinking through. Exactly.
Not
Really
too
good play.
surprising there. I mean, 2 ciphers done, 1 at 75. This is not giving a great 4K vibe right now. We'll see if the Hunter can clutch anything up, but again, no trump card, no detention. So the later this game goes, the tougher and tougher it is going to get for our breaking wheel. Could just commit to 2 cipher decoding, sell after half rescue. A lot of things the Survivor team can do, but for the moment, definitely just going to wait for this rescue. As Psychologist starting to come in here is going to dodge the immediate spike, so we'll be able to get to the rescue before being insta-killable. So we'll see a trap come out here, trying to stall this Novelist after half, but it's not going to happen. Nice tank there by the Psychologist. Novelist has a book available again, so it's really not looking great here for the Hunters. Now Novelist up on the slide.
Really hard to chase in here as a breaking wheel. Definitely, there's a lot of plays to do in this slide. And this novice still has a book, I have to mention. He still has a book, which can be very, very tricky as well for the breaking wheel. And he still, yeah, we're seeing just the swap immediately. Running away from this breaking wheel, trying to farm up more book. And nice trap. But the Psychologist, unfortunately, is still here to body block for this novelist. He doesn't seem to
Wildling's
be...
here as well.
doesn't seem to be very good for this breaking wheel. She's just decoding in his front. Clearly, just making him switch targets. Novice is long gone. He really has to get someone a tier right now and try to get some survivors out of the ciphers. They just
Yeah,
the only one decoding right now. He's gonna now be
not the
wildling.
Wildling. Okay, we'll turn back over to the Psychologist. We do have a spike available. We do have our Presence 2 spin available, as we'll just go for the P2 Psycho. Gonna get downed by the snap here, but they're just going to the corner. Look at the ciphers, 25 and 20. Either of those can be last as Wildling in the area here for a quick rescue. Potentially just gonna stall it out. Psycho does have borrowed time, so if they can get a Cypher Prime, definitely would love to, but we'll see what the idea is gonna be here as an instant wheel comes out.
Hiding far away. Does he know that the novice is far away? He does seem to know, but he's not really checking. He's checking right now. He's searching for this
Cypher getting worked on, so he knows somebody was in the area. Still has this max presence spin available. Second spike connects. Flywheel is available. Have to be careful about this snap. Can't get red. As swings, not going to connect it. Trap goes down. As book swap comes out. Stun comes out here. Novelist still has flywheel for this snap, so a good flywheel here could put him in a great position, as again, doesn't have borrowed time, so this prime won't affect him at all. Trap comes out, not going to connect here, and again, it is now going to be the Wildling harassing here. 90% almost on this Cypher here. We have Snap available. Spin, Snap, do something, please! As Wildling comes in again, misses the charge, flywheel comes out, and now we will get the down. Prime available. I mean, they know this guy doesn't have borrowed time, as we'll see what the call is going to be here, trying to potentially have some tanking come out. It's no detention on the wheel, and at this point, the odds of a 3K incredibly low. We'll see if he can get a last-second clutch up. Mr. Tone trying to keep the pressure on a full HP Psycho with no detention, and this is not looking great. They're healing the Novelist here. They could be looking at a full escape, as Novelist, I don't think he's still on chair yet, so...
The 4K that he really needed doesn't seem to be possible in this position. I don't think a 4K is really potential from this for men in game, unfortunately. They're just working on negating his front, not really feeling any pressure, not really feeling any fear as well, just working on the gates.
As we'll see if
The
he wants
cycle
to
is
use the
back on
flip
the tweet
swap.
too.
He's just gonna drop both pallets. 50%. We are really considering looking at a 4 escape here. 70%. They only need 2 to guarantee the series win. We'll see if they hard commit. Novelist gets the swap off. He's gonna run to the gate here. Enchantress has a totem. He goes into wheel form, and that is gonna be it. That'll be a 4 escape here. And while the ECL side, the team who needed it, Fusion gonna be the ones who get it, stunned into the wall, and that is gonna be it. A 4 escape here as Wildling, bit of gate waiting there, maybe not needed, but regardless, it is going to be a 5-0 to start the half off, and with that, we won't see the second half of it. No potential for a 10-0, as Fusion simply going to walk away with the series win.
That's it. The round 3 already ended in the first half, with a 4 escape from the Fusion survivors. Definitely not what we wanted to see from ECL side. It's over. We just ended the matchup with Fusion's win, 2-0. Definitely not that easy to digest from ECL side, especially with this round, with this last round, with a 4 escape from Fusion side. Definitely not what they wanted to see. But really good, really well done from the survivors. I have to say, really well done. Really good kiting from the novelist. The switching targets did seem a little bit panicked. The psychologist body blocking for that novelist, really frustrating as well for the hunter. Having a body block, then having the wildling harassing, and then trying to just decoding in the background, making sure the Cypher was alive. Definitely not an easy matchup for the hunter.
And yeah, definitely unfortunate there for the side of Eclipse. Have fallen down now to 0-2. We'll see if they can strike back next week, but for us, that will be about it for this series in the Identity V Premier Tournament. Be sure to come back later tonight, 8:30 p.m. EST, in just a couple of hours here. Fiore versus NF coming up in, again, a couple of hours here, 8:30 p.m. EST. Be sure to come back if you are interested in that. Pings will be sent out for that by all means, but not going to matter for the moment. Congratulations again to Fusion winning this matchup. That will be it for us today. I've been Colonel, that's been Koneko. We've been your commentators for Fusion versus Eclipse, and again, be sure to come back later tonight for Fiore versus NF. Thank you all for watching.
So much for watching. We'll be waiting for the rest of the matches in this group stage. Reminder, not every single team is out. The losing teams are not out. They still have more chances to play. They still have more chances to get more points through and advance to the playoffs.
everyone? Hello, hello, hello. Today is week 2, day 2 of the IDV Premier Tournament. Woo! I'm alone. This is so sad, but don't worry, guys. There is only me today, Portly B. Anyways, today we have a matchup between Fior and right? Lovely. Which one is it? Nefarious. And Fior? Is that it? Or no? Okay, I can't find the. Is this the chat for it? I think so, right? Okay, well, yeah. Woo! Sorry guys, I've worked like a really long weekend, so I'm a little tripped up on everything. So, don't take that away from me, but I can't wait to commentate and we'll play today. Woo! Yeah! Yeah, I can't believe that there's a tournament today, and that means I get to talk, and I have no one to talk off of. Well, Barley, what do you expect today? Oh, well, what do I expect today is some really good matches. Hopefully we get some Darkwoods. Oh, Darkwoods would be so great to watch. Yeah, Barley, that would be so amazing, like, oh my god. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Darkwoods would be such a fun map to watch today. And what hunters we might see. Oh, I hope we get a peddler or a bonbon, perhaps. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that would be a really cool addition in this. Anyways, hello to the chat. You guys are even here. Hi, guys. Hi, Rody. Otherwise. But yeah, I am excited. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Wait, Losi, where's this chat, by the way? I'm genuinely can't find it. Okay, thank you. I couldn't find it. Thank you. Alright, so we are going to have a nefarious ban, and they banned Darkwoods! No! No, it's so over. Oh, my favorite map! No! That's what I'm saying. It's such a travesty. Okay, we get Moonland Darkwoods ban. So Fiora gets to pick, or what's Fiora? That's what it's called, I forgot. I'm just dementia. Oh, that's okay. They get to pick the map. Anyways. Wow, what do we expect for maps then? Well, honestly, here, anything could go, really. Maybe see some wild play here. We get like a lakeside or like a red church, perhaps? I don't know. Yeah, or maybe Leo's memory. You know what? Maybe a Leo memory. No, I'm not a tsundere. Why is this a question that has to be asked? I'm just crazy. I'm just a goofball. I'm a goober, guys. Like, that's all I am. But yeah, so we are still waiting. Leo's memory. I was right. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't believe you, Mini-Me. Mini-Me's always right. Alright, now we gotta see what Nefarious picks as their starting character here. Leo's Memory is a very interesting map to pick here. They do start off with survivors, so it's gonna be a Fior Hunter start with Nefarious as survivors. Now, who do you actually pick here? Because there's a few decent options. I would say Leo's is that kind of map where to me at least, it's like an in between of like you can kind of pick anything, but I wouldn't say there's an exceptional choice here to any like strong degree. So, are we gonna see a nightmare today? Maybe. I mean, if we maybe got a map that would benefit nightmare, probably. But realistically here, I don't know what we're gonna see first. Probably best choice is a Hullabaloo or a Goatman off the bat. That would be probably my go-to here. But well, maybe they can play Feaster. You're right, Mini-Me. They could play Feaster. That'd be fun. You know, I you know, yeah, the Feaster would be cool, or like a Peddler. You know what? I think Peddler might see play because like Peddler is just a very, you know, natural character, kind of fit anywhere. But we'll see. Well, I have to kind of see now. But what else? Maybe the survivors will be going. Whoa, someone else.
Jump scare. I am the co-host of you. You don't
What?
have to speak with the voices on your head in your head. Now.
Thank you. I am now not alone. Yeah. I'm not
Guys,
speaking to
survived.
voices. We
We
survived.
actually survived. So-
okay. All right.
Actually, I didn't want to join only to see you go insane and more insane the more the matchup goes. But
Well,
I felt kind of bad. I have to join IDV real quick.
okay. Yeah. Get on real quick.
So what they picked? So Nefarious Band.
Darkwoods and Moonlit.
Nefarious. No, not Darkwoods. That's so mean. For no reason at all.
What I'm saying, they're out here like trying to hurt people. I don't get it.
That's so mean. Actually,
It's
what the-
messed up, honestly. I can't believe they did this.
if my DV wants to open real quick.
Don't worry, we got time. We got time to
Okay.
kill.
Okay, I'm opening it. And then they picked Leo's Memory. Okay, classic one. Actually classic. I might say. So a lot of people are playing Leos in round one instead of like playing Ever Sleeping Town. I usually saw Ever Sleeping Town more often.
Yeah. It does make a really interesting like dynamic, because like I mean it's not a map where
Yeah.
you really have any excelling hunters or survivors here, unlike Ever Sleeping and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, they are both good maps for both sides, so they are pretty balanced, and that depends on the team. There's teams that wants to go with Leos. There is teams that wants to go with Ever Sleeping because they feel better on Ever Sleeping.
That yeah. But it just makes it so now there's no like advantages unless you really have a good Leo's, like
Yeah.
you know.
That
But
depends,
I
on
don't
the
see many
preparation,
teams
no?
have a preference to Leos, to be honest here, because like whenever I've been in part teams and whatnot, Leos is not a map people usually go out of their way to pick. So we'll kind of see how that
people-
pans out for.
People in chat are talking about your other personality. I have to tell you a secret. I'm not a real person. I'm the other personality of Bortley that just spawned here. and instead of making the voice, I just materialized as a real person. So
Sounds so different.
no need to be worried.
Yeah.
Did you ever
There's a
thought
third
that
person in my head.
Did you ever thought that your internal voice it's an Italian accent?
No, I actually didn't think of that. Like,
No,
I know
you
I have
did.
I know I had European heritage, but like, never so strong.
So we're entering the bumping phase.
And phase. All right, let's see what they take out of here first. We got a Merc and
Mercenary?
Mech band. Merc
Okay.
is a interesting band, to say the very least.
In round one, yes. I would ban something else. They can
It's
go
just-
Priestess.
Yeah, they could, but I mean, rescuer wise, I don't know what hunter you'd pick then if you were gonna ban out mercenary, right?
Yeah, but Mercenary, I think Mercenary right now, like from the past, he's not that strong like he was before. Because there is first officer, there is gatekeeper that have less disadvantages and debuffs of the mercenary, like decoding wise and healing wise, that make them stronger.
Ooh, we got a
forward.
forward, and also don't forget the novelist and the seer band. So interesting choice here with this survivor team here, having a bunch of kind of characters here that all do different things, and then you got the bands here that are kind of taking over more tankers and a mech in here. So, and magician being the last character.
I will ban. Like they can go for prisoner, maybe prisoner. No prisoner. That's the best thing. Yeah. Okay.
I think prisoner
expected
patient
that.
would have worked either. But yeah.
But the thing is, there is a lot of these debuffs on the field. No, there is the novelist after 50% as the debuff, the forward 2, the gravekeeper 2. So they needed a decoder to bring a little bit of decoding that are missing in the other characters. That's
True.
why
They have a
like
very,
the
very aggressively, lopsided for decoding. So, yeah, the prisoner makes sense. But I'm more interested on the magician ban, because is that a target ban or is that like a character ban? I'm not.
I know that Nefarious had a strong magician. I don't remember who it was, but I recall a strong magician in Nefarious, so it can be a target ban too.
Okay, it could be a target ban, but that's a very interesting target ban because there's a forward on the field. That was a prevalent character. It's just interesting
So-
how.
We need to see how if he can find this prisoner, because the prisoner is the core of the team comp. So if the prisoner crumble, the comp kinda crumble too. So they need to preserve the prisoner and make them work,
Hermit.
but the hermit is gonna help a lot on keep going with the pressure on the ciphers. No, forward. Okay, I don't make you harass. I make you decode with an hermit. Like it's so
That's-
slow.
Kind of brutal, yeah.
Still in a round one though, so we in these days we are not seeing like a lot of meta picks in round one. We are experimenting a lot, and that's
Yeah, but
really good to see. actually.
At the same degree, though, Hermit is a very dangerous character to play with because,
Yeah,
especially when you have a prisoner on the board against Hermit, it's a little more dangerous because you can still connect the ciphers, which means you can force out key ciphers if you want to. So Hermit is still a dangerous character, and if prisoner does get an extended kite off of this, then it doesn't spell great for this Hermit here. So honestly, with that spawn there too, you kind of want to get better coordination here, because if Hermit jumps from survivor to survivor, they need to be on top of that. So
yeah.
we'll have to see on how these survivors play with the Hermit spawning a little bit farther away by gate. And we do see the two flywheels on Novelist and forward with BT tied on Gravekeeper, and we do see the knee jerk on the prisoner here. So
Yeah. And I would expect maybe the prisoner with Sui, because it's around 1, you can try that.
yeah,
But they went for the safer play, went for borrow time, a little bit more preserve. You want to bring the to have the pop that is effective to all of the survivors, and don't risk like to have the prisoner that is the only one that can go for the rescue. You can't pop because he's there. You have to body block, etc., etc. A lot of stuff that can happen without someone without borrow time.
yeah. So we'll have to see how this is going. So this will be round 1. All right.
Round 1, first half, Fury Hunter versus Nefarious Survivors.
Survivors. All right.
We are connecting the sniper right away on the spawns,
Does it?
and we
So we gotta see the Hermit here gonna catch out this Gravekeeper. Kind of not. Ooh, burning a very early shovel here. You got the insolence build going in with a. Is that warp? I believe that's a warp.
yes, it's warp, yeah.
Yeah. So very early. Really early hits
And
here.
another, yeah, 2 early hits. The presence comes in.
Presence
comes
here.
in
And
to
honestly, Hermit
fast
can
pallet
just
breaking.
wait. There's literally nothing they can do.
To lose, yeah.
I think was it Gravekeeper should have just taken the stairs to factory, because if prisoner rotates out, it's whatever, right? Like there's no
Yeah,
punishment.
absolutely.
It kind of seems like they kind of forced themselves into a box that they didn't really have to follow, and surprisingly they get a red damage in here just to prolong the kite for more damage. Kind of an interesting play here.
Red
But-
light tick doesn't get
misses the terror shock. That could have done a lot more damage to these survivors. That's for sure.
Now
But
get the damage shared.
burning warp here is interesting. I mean,
It used warp only to get this fast down. He has 100 seconds of
first
cooldown.
down for sure. But I mean, you could have kept it for maybe later in case you needed it. But it doesn't matter too much, because realistically,
Maybe he
they're in such a good position.
wanted to do. Maybe he wanted to do this down.
Oh, did he not see the forward?
No,
Oh,
it's
he does see the forward.
it's
Oh.
better.
So, yeah, the Hermit here is gonna rechase this. Misses on the Gravekeeper with the eye shot there. So going back for another eye shot.
The forward missed the stand. He's gonna try to stand again. He has
Trying to harass.
the sound. Yeah, he has the
I'm not
sound
too
feedback,
sure.
so
I'm not too sure.
I really like this play. It's gonna be 2 cyber
Well, ciphers are actually really healthy right now, I gotta say. But like, this is just a very questionable play, because, I mean, sure, you can harass, but it just
another
not a stun on the Hermit here, just wasting more time. This is really good position for these survivors here, but we are not going to see that hit stun at all, so a little unfortunate here. But no,
the forward comes in, pick up too fast, in my opinion. He could just do double stance and wait for that.
Okay, we do see the warp back in play again. But for picking up the charge is a very interesting play here, because he can't really do anything with the charge.
Now the forward is even if he's gonna be healed, is one shot. If it doesn't change
It does change the polarity, so we'll have to see.
Beautiful play now for the novelist that forced the eye shot at least.
And now we just see them waiting here. But yeah, no, these ciphers are really healthy looking here against the Hermit. So that's very good. But oh, that early hit down here instead of prolonging
Yeah,
it is
and he
really gonna
tries to
hurt.
force Anita to connect them with the prisoner too. It looks like a 3K at least a tie, but
It looks like a
can be a
tie because the ciphers
can
are
be a
really
3K
healthy,
too.
but
Yeah,
they're off the
we
cipher
have
now.
we have one cipher done. The forward field, he's still one shot though.
Okay, but they're healing right beside him, and he might hear them potentially.
No, no, that's of course, but the
Okay, he does hear him
if
and
he
also
doesn't,
sees the novelist there.
no, it
But this
takes
is not a
another
good
hit.
position. If he hits a blue on this
Yeah,
novelist, it's so doomed. That is a double down right there. But we do see the pop right now.
the
Maybe
pop is down. Yeah,
a late pop, but that's okay because actually no, warp is up again, so that might not be the most ideal scenario here. But gotta get off the cipher, the
doesn't
gate right now.
it can't connect the gate too, so it's actually
Ooh.
pretty good. Gets the down on the. He can't return on the chair in time.
It doesn't return the chair, but it doesn't really matter since, like, you know, it's still
Yeah.
like no progress anywhere. They kind of doomed themselves a little bit over here, but that was also just an unfortunate pop because they were 1 second away from it. So not much they could have done about it, but we'll kind of see that Novelist is heading over straight to gate here.
Yeah, Novelist on gate, prisoner remains in middle, but he can see him from this position. No, he didn't. Okay, he moved the
Moved. Doesn't
command
have any
gate.
audio. Thinks he's coming back. So if team coordination
Yeah,
right here says that he's gonna leave,
yeah.
this is really good
Tinnitus
for him.
is triggered.
And so
Not
like another
Tinnitus
60
can jump
seconds
away.
on that 6 seconds on that um warp. That's what the word is.
Okay.
I'm losing my mind. But got off the gate again. I'm not too sure about that play because they're really not making any headway at all.
They maybe
They have to
planning
force
to
both
wait.
gates at the same time. I honestly, at this point,
Yeah.
like Novelist is a little too far, from
Kraus
most
too.
objective. So has to.
Does have detection right now.
Yeah, but has enough time to swap. Okay, actually doesn't need to swap at all. So that's really good. But it's probably gonna be looking like a one man out, which is at least good. Kind of salvaging what you can here, because realistically, well, with what they have right now, not really a big chance of getting anything else. So
He tries maybe to go for
no, there's nothing you can do.
warp with the other one. Okay, he opens the gate.
Open the
And
gate.
the prisoner is
Novelist
returning in a
leaves
manner,
and
but the
prisoner
novelist
dies.
secures
Yeah.
the one escape needed.
All right. Honestly, here, very good showing from the survivors here. Hermit is that kind of character where everything can go right, but everything can go absolutely wrong. There's not really a way to really determine how that's going to go until it happens. It's just the unfortunate end game where the pop happened kind of just sold their fate there. And the end game was fine. I do think that Nava should have probably stayed a little bit closer to the gate rather than running a lot farther out, because essentially they're both on two sides of the map. They're completely super far away, and there's no warp. He burned all of his eyeballs from Chase. Not much survivors could have done there. I mean, not much Hermit could have done there. So honestly, I think that that's what the plan that they should have done. But either way, they still got away with a one man out, which is really good, given how the end game was kind of brutal from their half. So
because the thing is with Hermit, it's hard to plan the game. So you need to okay, we tried this. We don't know how it can be because okay, we can see okay it's fine, but I can see what is happening. Like it's really hard to calculate what is happening. So even for the hunter, if he gets a little bit confused, no, because there's a lot of matches with Hermit that Hermit only loses because he doesn't he is confused by the percentage of the ciphers, gates, etc. No, so that really depends on how they work on at the moment. No, I think the prisoner made the value in this match because he cyber rushed really well and bought time for the forward to harass a little bit too. And unfortunately for them, they couldn't be able to pop the cyber 1 second before the pickup happened. But that's still pretty good for the survivor. We are fine. We have the one escape. We have our hunters to play now. So they need to this hunter now. 3K is fine. You don't risk it for a 4K or stuff. I know Fiore can do really well, and Silvers too. I know both of them, so I'm really interested.
All right, now we gotta see how Nefarious responds with their hunter playing. So, I mean, they can just secure a 3-man and be good, but they could also get that 4K, which will really go far with them.
A 4K will be the best thing.
I mean, yeah, but like, still, you know, setting up that 4-man would be ideal. But we're gonna see that Sierra and Ansi just out of the gate right away.
I will say regular because for me the classics are Sierra and Priestess. I'm old. And Sierra and Antiquarian is too new. And Meteo, yes.
We see a Gravekeeper and Meteorologist. Honestly, not bad picks.
Absolutely not. Considering the map too, Meteorologist works really well in Lose Memory. So she's a pretty good.
Yeah, we do see an Ada band just getting rid of the tankers right away. Besides Gravekeeper, of course, but that's like a weird tanker. So
they can try maybe Puppeteer. They can try to go for the mechanic, or
I mean, their decoding is pretty healthy, so I don't think they need a Puppeteer or whatnot. But we're gonna see this last ban here. It's gonna be Fire Investigator. Get the Fluorine out of here.
Ivy? Suggesting Ivy, maybe? With this ban?
Potentially, yeah.
You don't see a Fire Investigator band. Okay, 9 is playing Urchin Leader.
We're gonna see a Cheerleader, Magician Mural, Gravekeeper. I mean, Cheerleader does really synergize with the team, so there's that. Plus, her new buffs do help her a lot in her self-kiting. And if it is, as you say, Ivy, that would be a way better kite for her, because she doesn't have to worry about like her dreadful slow.
Yes.
So the team synergy is there for sure with this team, so that's really good for them. But at the same time, this team also doesn't really mean you have to be forced to be playing Ivy as well, because this team doesn't really have anything that they have really strong against, besides maybe being an anti-Ivy if Wendy just doesn't use her clouds. So we'll have to see on what the hunter does here, but I think there's a lot of potential for like different hunters being played here, because they're not very you know, it doesn't lean one way, per se.
Yeah, they're expecting. I can see the an Ivy predict. Like they can expect that. I think they will go with flywheel on most of them. Let's see if the prediction is right though, because like you said, they can
Ooh,
go
a
whatever.
go,
And
man.
the Goatman
Honestly,
into this comp
that
can
is
be
the pretty good, because if cheerleader is not being chased, that means cheerleader can promote such good kites out of these players. But if that cheerleader does get chased, though, it's a little more scary and a little dangerous for that cheerleader to be in that in that position. So we'll kind of have to see on where they spawn and how they deal with that, because that's the biggest thing.
I think the focus will be the cheerleader, because the cheerleader is the weakest kite.
The weakest kite and the strongest support for this team right now.
Yes, like she gets value when she's not on this matchup. She gets value when she's not in chase. So they might need to preserve this cheerleader.
I don't think putting in her factory would be the great play, honestly.
No, not in factory. I think
Yeah.
Shack it's good. Shack it's perfect.
Shack is. I was gonna say, yeah. Shack is your ideal spot. If not, you go God Kite, because you can at least change.
Because
occasionally.
in factory, you still get you can still get stuffed by the Goatman, because there's the upstairs that is if you don't reach the window, it's just a free hit. So it's not really that good. I think the chase will be the cheerleader.
Cheerleader for sure, especially when you know that is the weakest target. And build wise here, we got a bunch of flywheels here, but interesting enough, we have a flywheel tied on the meteorologist. I honestly expect the magician to have it over Wendy, but
I think the plan was meteorologist can do like aeroplanes, no, just fly high in the sky and reach the chair without.
Well, the problem is it's Go Man, so he can deny that.
I think they predicted not the Goatman, but they were expecting something else. That's the thing.
Probably. But we'll have to see how this goes. This will be round 1, match 2, Nefarious Hunter versus Fior Survivors here.
Good luck, fun for both teams, and we are entering the match now. Let's see who is gonna be the chase, and it's gonna be the.
Ooh, a Peepers Go Man. Haven't seen one of those in a long time. But yeah, we are gonna see the automatic chase on the cheerleader here. Peepers is really good against cheerleader, as it makes her anti-rotation just really bad overall. But kind of a bad spot for cheerleader to be in, because that's just a free hit right now, and also has another cage to work with right away. So honestly, this is just a dangerous situation for the cheerleader, and the terror shot gonna be a really quick down here. Not even all 3 people are on ciphers right now. That is crazy. Yeah, cheerleader. Yeah, not much she could have done in that situation.
The only thing was not dropping the pallet that early, like that.
Oh, but the struggle out has almost full struggle. Did not expect that to actually work. Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
This buys a little bit more time for
this. Buys a lot more time. But the terror shock.
The terror shock happened again. Unfortunately,
full presence off of this too, by the way. But yeah. A cheerleader making a rebound that definitely makes the ciphers significantly more healthy. We cannot deny this. This is actually a really good position for survivors now, all because of a struggle out that burned out a lot more time. So
now it's the magician. Yeah,
the magician's coming in for the rescue here with Gravekeeper running in now. So it's gonna be an after half rescue, I believe. So
Yes, I think they are selling this one for After Alpha.
I don't. They're not selling, but like they're taking
No,
it very
I'm sorry.
slowly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean After Alpha. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But we do see the ciphers are still pretty good right now. All you need to just do is not get terror shocked here, and it's basically fine for them.
Gets the rescue. Tries to body block with the shovel too, maybe. And she has the flywheel to work with. Does the flywheel burn out? Didn't use the beep beep. Maybe she used it to
Should
go
have
away.
probably used the kiting here, because instead of burning out the flywheel here, you could have just wasted the beep beeps, because that just wastes a lot more
Yeah,
time. But we do
and
see the unfortunate down of the cheerleader here, but ciphers are really healthy now. The only problem is they have not started their last cipher, and Wendy is over here too, which
yes, Wendy's over here. She returned in the manor, and yeah, the Wendy's gonna be the next target maybe, but the
probably high
Gravekeeper is
chance.
near. The
But
Gravekeeper is near
the
too, but
terror
yes,
shock! That was a very risky play that didn't pay off at all. With this, one cipher remains, but does he even need to pressure this? Like, the current state of ciphers is just absolutely gone now. Does not
yes,
see them healing in the corner,
sidestep,
but
beautiful sidestep from the Goatman here. This is the third terror shock of
of
the
them,
match.
it's been really crazy for Terror. But no struggling out here. I thought there was gonna be another max struggle build on this team.
And we are remaining in this same spot. This looks like dismantling the peepers, but the cipher are spread and we're remaining in the same piece of cloth, I might say. Does the rescue, but
Let's rescue here, but we gotta see a really good kite here from this Wendy here. And we're gonna see the
doesn't
input
get
down
the
of the
shovel off.
Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper has been really adamant about the body blocking,
The
which is
shovel.
kind of
Yeah.
it's been able to like just kind of get him caught out way too much, and Goatman's finally punishing him for doing that, which isn't that great. But we do see he's gonna instantly swap onto the magician here.
Yes, the magician,
By-
because he needs that more eat. So he forced the meteorologist to heal herself with the cloud. And if he gets this hit on the magician,
accidentally
this
blocks
could be
himself off of that, and also hits the wall, making it really just hard for him to, get that
beautiful
down there.
job. Yeah, beautiful job from the magician here.
Though out of resources now, and Wendy also is out of bottle to work with, only has an elbow pad. Ciphers are being restarted again here, and we have to kind of wait for Goatman to get his resentment back, which
the Gatekeeper has the seal field but doesn't want to use it now. I think they
going for the other cipher. The only problem is they're both really healthy right now, so kind of doing this play isn't the most really out there, especially since I think, has Wendy used flywheel? I think so, right? Yeah, well, now definitely now. Okay, use flywheel. You has not used tide turner, so doesn't really know the exact build pattern yet. So could definitely get away with this. Also doesn't, depending on how it really is, detected some sort of lag right there. Yeah, so we're gonna see that pause right there. Makes sense.
This cipher now is primed. They have to pop it to avoid that the meteorologist dies right away. Has to.
I mean, if you pop early, that means he doesn't have to waste cages. But if you pop later, it's kind of a damn if you do, damn if you don't kind of scenario right now. But
yeah, because if they wait and force and force the how is it called, the cage, they risk to not pop in time for the meteorologist does just goes down, and they are in a worse position.
So I think you
But if
kind of
they
want to
pop right
wait for
away,
yeah, you want to wait for a cage pop and then you pop, and then you can kind of get away with it. But
because
um,
yeah,
okay, no, we get
okay,
back to
we're
Dustin back
starting.
started. So yeah, we see 50 resentment here, and the
Yeah, they
cyber pop
pop right
instantly.
away. Hmm.
Okay.
Because
But
they already have.
another terror shock on them. Has the chance to teleport right here, right now.
Yeah. Use the shovel right away. The magician doesn't have anything to work with against this goatman. Goes for the pilot teleport.
This
Beautiful
is
job from this magician,
gets
but
a
gets
beautiful,
the
beautiful
down.
hit onto the magician here. Has no resentment to work with right now, but also has a really good end game setup here as Gravekeeper just completely ran away. So very good situation for Nefarious right here. All they need is one
Meteorologist
more
now
gem.
get up and open and tries to open the gate. The
So
gatekeeper
if Goatman can deduct where this Gravekeeper is, it isn't really helping with the misleading. But we're gonna see him going to the gate right now, which if Wendy dies here right now, this is disaster.
just
It
get away
truly is.
from this one, but we have a lot of resentment to work with. Get
Oh,
away!
kind of
Missed
put the
another
cage
cage.
outside of themselves right there. Unfortunate situation for Nefarious here. But are we gonna see the
Feeds the
rescue
cage right
onto the?
away.
Ooh, the bonk happens again. But we do see the rescue onto the magician here, so they might get the gate open, which will lead to a tie here. But 9 seconds left doesn't make it.
No, he
So
doesn't make it. He
it's
has
gonna
to
be an
secure
unfortunate tie.
this tie, but actually it's played really really well by the magician right here. I might say that kite when the gatekeeper was near him down when the gatekeeper was down and near him, that was actually the win condition. Like that kite was meant to be the kite that bring the tie. Okay, because if it just went down right away, that will be insanely worse because it didn't buy any time. With that, he bought at least 40 seconds, I might say. So it is actually pretty pretty good for the survivors there.
The unfortunate part was honestly the cages and the bonks. Honestly, without those,
Yeah.
I think it would have been like easy 3K. But just unfortunate misses from the hunter here. But honestly, really good match. Was really high chance of getting that 3K 4K they needed, but just didn't end up happening, especially with that random lag spike. That kind of potentially even that also hurt the game as well significantly. So quite unfortunate, but hey, it's only round one. That means we get another round to go through, and we'll
It's
see
still
what
around
they
one.
pull out. You know, they still have time to play well and go for another round and see how they do.
Yeah, still nothing isn't lost yet. Like we have another match, another round to do, so nothing to worry. No subs from Fiore, but we have a sub from Nefarious, switch sub silvers from Waku. For Waku, I'm sorry. So Waku is gonna play at the spot of silver. Oh my god, Mars is there. Hi, Mars. So I know that Nefarious said as this strategy of having an antler for round one and then having the other hunter to do the other rounds. It's kinda useful because you make uh, both hunters specialize in two different things, and you don't overwork too much an hunter.
Mm-hmm. And we do see the first map ban from Fiora here, Chinatown. Interesting.
I might say that Chinatown is a great message to say we don't want an open map, so we will give you the open map, right, Nefarious? I will do that actually. Like I would actually pick an open map in response of that ban. So let's see what they want to pick there.
But yeah, we're gonna see what the map pick is gonna be. Honestly, it could be anything. If you want open map, there's Darkwoods.
Yeah, Darkwoods. I want to see Darkwoods. Let me see more Darkwoods. Like,
Otherwise, there's a few other good maps you could pick here just to kind of, if you want hunters to win, of course. Which I do think is the ideal plan here.
when I find Darkwoods in rank, I just cry because I don't have any practice at all. I don't have any practice with on on Darkwoods, so I feel like a new player every time I play on Darkwoods. I'm so dumb. And Nefarious picked Moonlit.
Moonlit? Okay, so we do.
Moonlit, no. Moonlit is already banned, maybe. Swear, wait,
No, because I'm pretty sure. No, round one. It was banned round one.
It was the. Okay, no. Okay. I was confused. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no. Round one map bans don't count towards the total.
Okay,
map
it's only the map that was picked, so Leo's memory, right?
Yeah, Leo's in Chinatown are banned. Yep.
Okay. So Fiore is going with their hunter first. So we'll see in the first half Fiore Hunter versus Nefarious Survivors. And they responded with an open map, like I suggested without suggesting it. So let's see what Fiore has in mind.
Well, given how they were able to get away with a Hermit round one, like how RC does it, they're basically open to doing anything they want. There's no, they are very much of consequence free, as I would say. They're literally, they can get away with anything. Like, they don't have to appeal to a certain character. That's kind of the beauty and also the scary part of playing like a round one control hunter, is that you can get away with so much, especially since like Gravekeeper's banned, Novelist and Forward are also banned too, so you gotta really watch out for who you really want to play into these probably meta hunters that we're gonna see for round two here come from Fior.
Yes, because we ban we banned the Goatman because Goatman Moonlit is just insanely good, and we have to see what Fury can play here. They don't have the Novelist anymore. Not a big problem, maybe, only because it's.
I mean, I don't think any of the characters really matter too much, but I'm just saying. Some hard hitters are out of the way, so you can get away with a lot of characters. Because, you know, Novelist is a very much an anti-meta character where he can deal with the meta really well. Yes. Forward's a very good aggressive hunter that you survivor that you get to play around unless you play certain characters that can trap him. And then Gatekeeper's just a very solid pick that you want a safe pick. So there's a lot you can do now, that's for sure.
Yes, right here they have to watch out to do at least a good result to make their hunter not to be too stressed, because if they lose this round, they lose the matchup completely. So it all depends. So now they work on Mullet, because I think Mullet it's really hard to play as survivors. Both survivors hunter actually, but as survivors you have a lot of space to navigate, to go on Cypers, heal, rescue and stuff. So it's in Mullet. I like to say in Mullet you see the real strength of a survivor team, because teamwork in Mullet has to be consistent and really well coordinated and studied.
I'm gonna be so brutally honest with you. I've been thinking about
Yes.
toy soldiers.
Huh?
Like toy soldiers.
Oh yes, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, no, low key, they're talking about the job. They should like do other things but playing the game. And I'm just saying, what if we like all play toy soldiers? Okay, you know what? Off topic, but like when I was a kid, there's this like really crappy game. It's like called like Toy Army or like Toy Defense. And I don't know if you ever play like Cool Math Games. It is like website, like a Flash website where it's like all these like really non-mathy games that you can play. But it was under Cool Math, so the teachers allowed it, basically. And there's this one game where you get to play these like toy soldiers. It's like a tower defense. It's pretty fun. I got stuck though, because the game is kind of BS, so. But, you know, that made me want to play toy soldiers, you know? That does make sense, right? Hello? Hi, it's me! Mini-me! I've missed you! Oh my god, where have you been this whole time?
It's always been me here. You just listen to my Italian version.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Aren't you ready to get started in this thing?
Yeah, let's get started. Alright, out the gate we get Mercenary and Night Band. Just kind of get rid of all of the rescuers out of the gate. You know, and then we're gonna see an Anban. Anban for round 2 when there's meta options is a little interesting. Hullablue's on the table. You know, Peddler's on the table. Like all the meta characters are on the table right now. So honestly, I don't know what they're gonna, what the decision on the Anban is here.
Maybe they're trying to play for a certain character.
Well, that's cool enough, but like I don't know. I'm not too sure. Oh, I am by myself. Well, we do see the Seer ban and the Puppeteer FO pickup and Antiquarian. So honestly, a very solid team comp here right now, but it's very interesting to see how all the we do see another Priestess ban. By the way, guys, I'm by myself again. I do not want to know what happened to my commentator.
I ate him.
What, Mini-Me? You can't do that.
I did.
Okay, I gotta stop. Stop it, Marley. Focus on the game. No more role playing. Don't worry. Alright. But Acrobat, Antiquarian, Puppeteer, and First Officer here. Honestly, a very good pickup. Very solid bases here. Kind of covering everything. But I'm still not too sure on the Disciple ban. It's a little interesting, to say the very least.
Guys,
No! Been defeated!
Oh my goodness. My other personality, welcome back.
bro, long story short, I live with an hotspot, no? My phone just ran out of battery because I forgot to charge it, and I crashed.
RIP, does that mean you don't have IDV open?
Exactly.
No, RIP.
Oh wait, no, I can see. Only
yes!
okay.
Yes! Yes!
Bro,
Let's go!
No, I can.
Wait, a reptilian?
I can see.
Hold up. We have a reptilian. What?
I returned and we have another reptilian. What is happening?
Okay, we got a crazy lizard freaky mob over here. Okay.
No, okay. Okay,
So,
we are safe.
no meta. No meta is crazy, but we're gonna see a reptilian
No way,
round
it's
one.
crazy, yeah.
But honestly, it works here, especially with these characters. Don't really deal with lizard all too much.
They don't. They. This comp into Lizard is actually pretty good.
Pretty
So-
decent.
So. They are strong characters. Like, what the hell? The thing is, Acrobat and Antiquarian in the same comp?
It's a little,
Yes.
it's a little crazy, but another thing I want to say is we have a puppeteer with knee jerk, which I've not seen in a while. You know, I swear I've seen too much Tide. I forget he can prevent knee jerk. But the
Yeah.
flywheel on the Acrobat and Antiquarian duo, and then you got that Tide on Tide BT on the first officer.
Yes. So flywheel can be great on this one because most of them can cut. Puppeteer can secure the flywheel, the taunt. It's not a flywheel. I'm sorry. The taunt at the jump. I think it can be some. It can be rough for
Do you
them
think
this year.
the puppet's gonna be chased first? Because I do think the puppet's the most likely chase here.
It can be because wait, I was saying Alabalu. Acrobat is pretty strong in last stop. Yeah, it's gonna be the puppeteer is gonna be the chase because kiting an acrobat in last stop while you're an heavy reptilian. I don't recommend that. I won't recommend that.
Okay, so we
Going
do
to
see.
put
Oh
the
wait,
next
the new
character.
new skid for him, anyways. But we do see the instant jump out from the top ropes here. Gonna be
Yes.
no Lewis hit here. Ooh, that's a very early hit here. That is just unfortunate here. Really
And I
good
want to see the
control.
Only the tension. So only other perks.
Yeah, you got that snowflake build going on. Interesting that they have addiction. I mean, there's an antiquarian. What am I saying? Forget what I just said. I'm sorry.
There's addiction. There is antiquarian.
Okay, and we do see
And
the
there is
instant
the jump
down
here,
right
so-
there. Really good early game from the Lizard here. Made a gamble with that early game jump there. Honestly, kind of just made it to the I was gonna say, makes it so that not really much the puppeteer can do in that scenario is what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
but the thing was, he didn't did the first puppet and that sold the kite. No.
Yeah, the kite was a little brutal because of that. I don't think it sold it. I think that's a little bit of a.
Gets the pocket watch.
But after half
Oh,
rescue, ooh, unfortunate after half here. We do see the
and
blink
yes, Blink is
off
gonna
the bat
be
here. Actually, I
gonna
just
be
realized
triggered, and now
how aggro this build is. We're gonna see 2 double downs here. Ooh, Justice ain't playing no games today. Locking them
Yeah.
out right here. Antiquarian is gonna attempt to
Antiquarian's
harass
coming
here,
in,
but she
with
has
their
to play it
rat, but-
safe here because I'm pretty sure Lizard out here is gonna play like a crazy man. Oh wait, never mind. Actually,
Okay.
gets away with it. Gets away with it. The
Get
puppet
away,
off
get
too?
the jump too, but didn't get the
Okay.
taunt and didn't get it to the pallet.
So we
So
still see stab is still around, right? Stab was no one again, no, but not gonna go for that too. Very
the first officer didn't use exit path, but it's rough. The
it's
thing is,
really
the good,
really bad right now because the ciphers are
the
just
good. Oh yeah, I'm
yeah the
sorry.
ciphers are,
Go for it.
no, I'm saying the ciphers right now aren't that great along, and if you notice, both ciphers on that are worked on are on the same side of the map, which means you have the whole other side of the map, and we do see that slam that hits the officer right now. You don't even have to
Yeah,
chair him right now. I mean, going to chair him probably
use,
makes the most sense,
use the
but
pocket watch, but right now the only good thing is he doesn't have trump card, so it doesn't have teleport and
yeah, but like
it's
it doesn't
but
even matter. This lizard got away with
yeah,
the miss
you
ball right
focus
there on the
on the
thing.
good points though.
Interesting
It
play
gets
on
the
the
down here.
on the flywheel there. Didn't wasn't enough chair progress. I don't think so. Kind of used it. I don't know. Anyways, honestly, Lizard right now is in a very dominant position right now. Doesn't really have
They
any.
can't recover because they don't have snipers from the other
Enough
side.
ciphers
They have
plus the only two people alive are the people with the gate debuffs. No matter what,
yes.
this is just an unfortunate situation, and we see down after down. This is kind of a really bad match for them, and if that cipher pops, then it immediately reveals where last survivor is right now, which isn't great at all for Nefarious right here. This is probably going to be a 4K right now, which means that Nefarious has to pull back right now, pull no stops out, get that crazy meta game going.
Blink, blink is up, so
Oh wait,
nothing
that's no
matters.
accessory. That's really good too. But yeah, we're gonna see the pickup on the Antiquarian real quick, I believe. Yes. So
It does go for this side. Hmm. Now they need to play this end game
very patiently. Have to play
very
insanely patient.
patiently. Acrobat doesn't have to get up instantly, has to wait it out.
And Lizard all Lizard has to do is just get energy. Like Lizard doesn't have to commit to anything. Um,
Yes, he has only the Antiquarian is going for the heal, maybe. It looks like she's going for the heal there. Yes, gets the heal. No exit path still. If he goes down, it's okay because he's gonna bleed out really quickly.
ooh, a pre-flywheel there didn't really get them what they needed there. So still has exit path, which means could do something before the bleed out happens, but we also need Antiquarian to go do something before too. So
The thing, Antiquarian doesn't have the exit path. He will use it right away.
my question is, what
Let
does he really do in this scenario? Because he can't really kill. Because if all Acrobat needs to do is get over there, and okay,
yeah.
Antiquarian can't show herself at all.
If
Never mind.
Antiquarian shows
He
herself,
finds her.
if the
Yeah,
if he finds the Antiquarian, he can win.
yeah. No, the Antiquarian got caught out here, which is unfortunate because all right now needs to happen is Acrobat needs to get over there right now and force them both to die there. But since that isn't going to happen, there's no way of them actually getting a win here because Acrobat can't go over there right now. So yeah, it's kind of a GG's right now.
She's gonna get cheered.
So we'll see what the plan from the acrobat is here. So Lizard is just gonna straight up go to the other side of the map. Kind of an interesting play here.
You can get the rescue.
They get the rescue off, but like I'm not too sure what the plan here from now is. You gotta like, get someone bleeding out.
Yes. And the anti-current the next time she will
And they
go
have to
down.
they kind of have to like get themselves in a position where they can force someone to leave. And the problem is I don't know how they're gonna achieve that and what they're doing. That is
They're trying to trigger the hunter to
the
go for the acrobat, but that didn't work.
the problem is that that's obvious bait, which is the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, no, that's just gonna show you where they are, which isn't really great because then if Antiquarian gets caught out, they die instantly.
Miss the blink, but that doesn't mean anything. He needs to get to the dungeon in time.
I mean, there's a
The
lot of
Antiquarian
time
has to
left,
move.
so
He has one black bomb to work with, and flywheel. He needs to get a little bit closer. Oh, he showed
just
yourself.
sees, yeah. Okay, that means Acro needs to make a mad dash to basement, and also reveals himself via crows. Needs to do a perfect jump
First
there.
bomb buff. Doesn't have blink, has the flywheel.
Has no more bombs to work with, I believe.
No,
Cutting-
a red bomb.
No,
I
red
didn't know
bomb.
that.
Red bomb to work with, but going very far away from the gate here.
Going far away from.
Gonna go pick up the
Doing a lot.
Antiquarian. That is not the play. You want them to bleed out and die rather than being
Yeah,
saved.
this rotation wasn't the thing you needed.
The rotation
to
was
go-
really you had to correlate your kite with your resources, and the problem is the resources weren't used to the degree where you could kite out because they were going farther from where you needed to be, which is just the unfortunate part there. So it's gonna be an unfortunate 4K here.
They needed to go. The acrobat needed to remain not go for the antiquarian, but
Acrobat had to find a way to extend the kite no matter what. Pull out that last man standing, and try and get the best kite ever. But the fact that the Acrobat kind of just didn't do that kind of secured their fate with that 4K. So unfortunate for the survivors there.
And they did a great job with the bomb to avoid the jumps too. But unfortunately, he went away from the dungeon instead of.
Especially with that first jump with the bomb was really good. And also in general, this match just kind of just really got down to just a bunch of hits.
Yes.
It wasn't because the puppeteer got down really early. A bunch of double downs, a bunch of stuffs. There was a lot happening in that match. It just was really brutal for survivors. So
yes, and now the win con for Fury, it's for Fury survivors.
One man.
It's one escape. Yes, one escape.
So you could get away with your tie comp. So what Nefarious has to do now is find a way to get rid of all these cheesy tie characters while also trying to get a 4K, which is a really hard task, especially on a map like Moonlit where you can do a lot. It's a 100-sided map, but it's a big map, so they could like easily find ways to get away with it. So we'll kind of have to see what Nefarious does for the Hunter side, and Fior kind of has to find a way to incorporate very good tie characters and while also going for that full 1K out. That's the mindset they need. We need one out. We don't care about anything else. So we'll have to see on how that pans out in this match.
So, I want to see what's the plan for Nefarious here is to secure at least the third round. Let's see.
Yeah, we gotta
What
see
is
on
gonna be
how.
the first two picks, mechanic and forward to avoid the support. So we don't want the harassing, and we don't want that that decoder that can secure
One and
ties
two.
and ties.
And we're gonna see a
Every-
lizard band. Are they a lizard name?
Yes.
Are they? Oh, okay.
So they were they target banned
That's crazy.
the reptilian. I think if the opponent team bans your main, it's a sign of respect. Like
I mean,
you
that's
should be-
true. That is true. But still,
You
it's
should
kind
be
of
proud
great.
of that.
It could have been the,
So
but they
now
could have
we are
had the
going-
lizard v. It could have been a lizard v lizard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. That will be beautiful to watch. And
Yeah.
we have Enchantress and Novelist pick. Both are survivors that can provide a little bit of support, but are really good to like only to provide for themselves. No ban. There's
No
an arrow,
ban.
but
On the hunter.
and we have the Entomologist, another survivor that, like Novelists and Enchanters, can provide a little bit of support, but provide for themselves too.
The problem here with this comp is that they don't have anything to guarantee anything. We do see the escapologists at the end here, but the problem with this comp is that comp doesn't really play for the team, they play for themselves, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, like I know
The
that's
thing is-
exactly what you said, my bad.
The thing is, we saw in the past with comps like this that when you want a one escape, it's actually okay to point to try at least to go for this type of comp. And reminder, it's a round 2. No, even if you tie this, it's not a problem. You have this third round too. So it's really not that bad to try this. Yes, we provide for ourselves. We can sell. We can focus on decoding only to provide this one escape. Okay, but still we have the escapologist that can try to support a little bit, move the chairs, even if it's moving.
Ooh, an opera. Ooh.
And we have opera.
This is not a
I guess
great
this-
comp against opera. It really isn't.
Novelist can works well.
Novelist, and that's it.
Enchanters, it's really scary. It's really scary against Sangria because she risks too much to cancel the recovery. She's too fast.
Yeah.
Entomologist can block good path for the Sangria, but still.
Yeah, but it's not like an Anne. It's not like Anne level of counter comp. So like,
Yeah.
this comp really kind of struggles into this opera here. So if opera can absolutely murder everyone, this
And
is really
even
good.
more-
And also look at the builds. This was an
Even more
anti-clown
when
comp.
we have the
This is the
and
most
even more when we
anti-clown
have the
comp I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god.
flywheel. We all bring flywheel against this Sangria. This is gonna be maybe not the best this season from Furious Survivors.
I'm actually like, I mean, I'm reading the chat. It's like, oh yeah, the band, the clan, but like, what? This is so such hater energy. I can't lie. All these anti-clown comps. Like, we're all doing flywheel. We're all picking characters that can deal with clown and just make them unplayable. This is actually being mean. Guys, remember, be nice. be kind to one of another. If you ever hold out your hand to someone who's fallen over, make sure to help them up.
Push him.
Ocean.
Oh, no. Help him. You have to help him, yeah. Don't push them.
Oh, I thought you said ocean.
No. No, I said push him off the cliff.
Oh, what
That
the
would
fuck?
be mean.
Oh, wait, I can't swear. I'm sorry,
That's-
Sorry, Lozy.
That will be mean. So we're entering a second half. Fiore survivors against Nefarious Hunter. The weapon for survivor for Fiore is at least one escape, and if Nefarious 4KDs, they go for the round 3.
Yeah, so we want to see this 4K here so we can see how this goes,
So
but
we
we're
can
going to
continue.
this
We
match.
missed the first dash and we missed the teleport back. So we don't have the teleport.
Rough start here for the Opera here, but we're going to see that come back right now. Trying to do a whole teleport trick.
Oh,
Doesn't
trying to
actually get it,
take the
but we
pallet
do
stun,
see
but
another
get-
pallet stun. Ooh. Okay,
Actually
gonna
get
actually go.
the-
Oh, misses the swing
Salvo
here,
is-
but we're gonna see that first hit right now as well. Honestly, Opera's in a really good area right now to really work with. So, and the Terror Shock
Yikes.
here gets an absolutely insta down here, which is really good for the Opera here, as you really don't have characters who can rescue this early. I mean, you have Escapologist, but Escapologist is really bad against Opera. As much as he's a good character, he's just not that great against a character who just doesn't really care about the utility you bring. So, we're going to see that probably early rescue here. Going to get out the ability here and going to get the instant usage of it. So yeah, we're going to see the flywheel miss
Ow.
and the instant down there. So we're gonna see the
Returning
rest of the
in
Tide
this
Turner being
corner.
usage here. And look at Ciphers. Ciphers are really good for the Hunter right now. There's none that are being popped.
Yeah.
Escapologist is on Bridges on 30 right now, I believe. Actually, no, Bridges is not 30. I don't know which one's 30. Oh, I think it's 2-story.
Finishing 2 Cypress now, but the Cypress aren't looking healthy. For the survivors here, the entomologist is near this one.
Yeah.
This
We're
component
gonna
is changing the position. Maybe
Yeah, putting him
they-
farther back from the chair
maybe they
here.
want to sell it.
No,
Or
because
no. Maybe no. I
And those
think that's
coming in.
because it was better for the entomologist to root like that.
Oh, to
instead of going for
over-rotate?
Dasher. Yeah, I think.
But
that
we're gonna
was
see the instant
idea.
down on the entomologist. Really just can use the bees though, but does dissipate them, so doesn't extend the kite for
Yeah.
novelist. So,
Gets the Palestine, but there is blink up
but
and
she
Shadow
has
then
blink
too.
to work with, so
Yeah.
doesn't really have any hindrance here at all. We do see the miss on that thing right there, but not on the recall dash. So, but there's nothing novelist can really do here except just kind of hopefully bait out that blink, but the blink goes through anyways. Ciphers right now are still really good for the Hunter here, with one just being started now and the third Cipher finally gets popped here. But it's going to be the
Novelist is
entomologist
returning in the
Cipher.
manner,
We
and
do.
we are going for the entomologist.
Ooh, entomologist is going to get the instant rescue chase now.
And the accelerated decoding started now, so this can be actually good for the survivors. Avoids
And the
the
instant down right there from the chase here.
tries to get the bees, but I think that
This is
the best
not
play
a
was-
really great scenario for Survivor Series. As you see, both Ciphers are working on the same side, and one right in front of the Hunter's face. So even if Escapologist moves it realistically, it's not gonna do much.
There is the
And we
shadow
just
dance
need, and we
ready,
need
so
to
this
recall
might be-
right. Oh,
Wait,
and the
but
flywheel.
that was beautiful played from the
And we could see a double down right here, right now,
so
and
the entomologist
doesn't
go
doesn't
down,
opt
but
for it. But we do
it
see a
doesn't go for
99
the double
cipher
down.
right now, and we also do
They-
see the enchantress does have her stacks up as well from the passive healing from, I believe, the entomologist.
The entomologist is still there before returning in the manor. The enchantress is going in, gonna do the rescue right away and maybe do 3-stack.
Gonna do 3
Yes,
stacks done, but
the
at the same
entomologist-
time here isn't really gonna get much with it. We do see the ciphers are still really lacking right now,
Yes, but
and you see the
now,
phase through of the.
yeah, this actually good now because they no trump card is up. Oh, but that was huge. They can finish that Cyper in time.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Oh wait, did they swap to the abnormal?
But they did no. He swapped to abnormal.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's very, very. There was no ciphers nearby. That was a very risky
And
play.
then
in
Chantis
general.
is here. So
Ooh.
then Chantis just buys time, drops the pallet but gets the hit and the pop the Cyper. Has 2 stuns to work with. So
Still not
no-
a great
no-
scenario for them right now, because there is nothing here. Actually, you know what? This is actually
Yes.
a really good position for Nefarious right now, because Escape
Yeah,
Bulge
because
is right
the-
here.
the
Crucible
Escape
doesn't
Bulge
really
is
do
there.
much. Crucible doesn't block anything of Opera's besides the shadow thing, but that doesn't really matter. And we are going to see the insta down here from the Terror Shock right now. No one's nearby.
Now we're entering the end game, and oh, we are cheering. Yes.
Tearing is a great idea because there's literally no punishment for this. Dungeon is literally right here.
If the thing was the escapologists didn't have to remain there, like they had to rotate out from that spot because okay, the hunter you don't you know that the hunter changed the perk, but you don't you have to risk it because okay, if
But
you
going
just,
for the automatic gate play is not the
no
play
automatic
here
gate.
because, I mean, you do get 3 stacks from this, but like, is it worth it? Not really. Are both stops turned on? I'm not too sure. And we do
Both
see stops
stops are
are
turned
turned
on.
on.
And this
Which-
and they know the dungeon is at because the
Location.
positioning.
So there is a potential chance here for a dungeon escape. We'll have to see right here, right now.
The entrance is
Ooh,
coming.
actually,
as
that's
the
gonna
three
be it.
stacks,
That's gonna. Oh
and it's
no,
gonna be
that's
a
gonna lock
3.
up the game. The 3
And it's
escape.
gonna be a 3 escape.
Oh, the 1 man out,
From
which secures.
the roller coaster play. The stop was on, so they were able to reach the other side.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate with that. The abnormal swap, premature, just kind of sealed the fate there. If they had the access to excitement, they would have won, which is the crazy part of it all. Congratulations, Nefarious, for trying your hardest, but it's a shame that it happened this way. Fior wins the matchup. Wow, what a game.
That was beautiful, and that's guys, that's a teaching of remain patient in life, because sometimes there can be an enchantress that can 3-stack you and a dungeon escape you.
Honestly, it all went down to just the end there, because survivors could have
Yes.
can't do anything in that situation. Like, we had 4 characters with builds that cannot deal with Opera, and it just all ended up into a 3-stack stun because that's how crazy Enchantress is now.
Yes, because the thing was how they worked with this with the Cypress. They were both in the same side. The Cyper more near to be ended was the one far away. They had a lot going on. And that small change of the game, called trump card, changed completely the situation.
Yeah, that just all changed the game, all because of a bunch of premeditated ideas just going into one, ending the game there. But congrats to both teams, really tried their hardest there,
Yeah.
but unfortunately didn't get the win off of that. So that'll
And
be
for
the end of
both
this
teams,
matchup.
that was beautiful to watch. Beautiful. Even though it ended too quickly, too early, I wanted to see more. That was actually beautiful.